Lady, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you like the soundtrack, Mr. Ed. I hope everyone likes the soundtrack, because I don't. Today we're covering Chrono Cross. Before we go further, I want to say shout-outs and thank yous to Ben Smack, Delbach, Deathman Zero, Dream Whisperer, Garyoshi, Harient, Jesse's Mask, Judo Joker, Kyphrin, Metroid Hatchling, Mike, Mr. Red, Narset, NLD Classic Game Lover, Pixels Plays, Rit, Ross, Savacom, Shishki, Silly Bean Rella, Sylvan, Trails in the Sky, Teruzzi, Who Girl, and the person who put this game on the list, Torchinator. Thank you, all of you, very, very much for your support and for keeping this happening. So let's play story time, okay? Normally I'd play music here while I'm chatting, but anyways, like I said, I don't have this soundtrack locally, and YouTube is a mess, so I can't. And yes, we are playing the original version, not the remaster, because the remaster comes with all kinds of new and exciting features. It allows you to speed up time in the game earlier. That's actually a feature of the PS1 version, believe it or not. It allows you to, turn off enemy encounters. It allows you to always have a filled elemental field or something like that. Oh yeah, and it crashes constantly. Also, it has AI-generated upscaling art. So we're playing the original, because I don't own the remaster. Story time. So there I was, a young, impressionable child, full of hope and dreams and life, and I played Chrono Cross. And, I was miserable the entire time. Now, hang on. Nowadays, I could point to something and say, this is what's wrong, this is what's wrong, this is what's wrong. But when I was younger, I usually didn't, for lack of a better way to put it, have analysis mode on. I would just kind of mentally record the mood I was in as I was playing through the game. Something that most people do, I think, to be quite frank. So if you ask me why I was so miserable playing this game, I don't actually have a very good answer for you. Maybe it's the fact that the game enforces the fact that you can't grind. Maybe there were some difficulty curve issues. Maybe I didn't enjoy the elemental field system. I don't know. I have no memory of that because I didn't record any of that. I just remember being miserable the whole time. I finally got to the end, fought the last boss, and what happens when you fight the last boss and kill him is this screen shows up and it just says the end. So that was a miserable experience. I just kind of walked away from that. Literal years later, like 5-ish years later, I want to say, something like that. I'm not sure of the exact timeline here because this was the dark times. But several years later, I went ahead and was hanging out with my friend, and we were sitting down, and he was like, you know what? I never beat Chrono Cross. We should go do that. I still have my save, right? Maybe? And he checks it. Oh, I don't have this. Well, I have my save. I still have my save there because, of course, I have everything still. Mega Man Battle Network. I had that. Yep. I had Donkey Kong Bonanza. Yep, I had that. And I had the NES block. All of these things I had back in 2004. So thank you very much, Blue Dragon EXE, for tossing those into the past for me. Always appreciate you. So we knew that the true ending existed by this point in time because just kind of cultural consciousness. And if you're paying attention to the timeline, I just told you this is the era of GameFAQs, something I've talked about a lot, which was a sea change for video gamers. Anybody who remembers what gaming was like before the era of GameFAQs, you know what I mean when I say that GameFAQs, it was a complete deal changer, right? All of a sudden, games just were cracked open. And I was like, oh, that's what you have to do. Or that's where I find the whatcha-fig, right? So we were like, all right, let's find. And sure enough, we found a FAQ. Yeah, exactly, Plutonium. So we found a FAQ, and we were like, okay, this is how we get the true ending. So we went through the thing, and we sat down, and we got it. It was irritating as hell, by the way. If anybody noticing the document may have noticed, I have already jotted down a negative for the last boss, because it sucks. But we did that. We went through it and saw the secret ending, the only real ending of the game. And we hated it. And that poisoned the well for me for decades. Fast forward about 7, 8 years, something like that. And by this point, I'm already doing YouTube stuff and have just started streaming. And someone mentioned to me the idea of, you know, they were bringing up worst RPGs ever. And I said, somewhat jokingly, Chrono Cross. I mentioned that as an aside. Now, I didn't mean that literally because even before Chrono Cross, I'd played worst RPGs. And obviously, I'd played worse ones afterwards. But in my mind, I always thought of it as one of the bad ones, a game I never wanted to touch again. I got, as you might imagine, a lot of pushback on that. Now, when I get pushback, this is still true to some extent, although I was actually worse about it when I was younger. When I get pushback about an opinion of mine, my first thought is to automatically assume that there's something wrong with me, that I am the one in the wrong. So when people started saying, no, Chrono Cross is great, what are you talking about? My first thought was, well, okay, let's re-examine my opinion on that. Maybe I just don't have a solid opinion there. And I found what I've already told you. Virtually no memory of the game itself. Terrible ending and miserable experience at the end. I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's actually a good game with a terrible ending. Not like that's uncommon, right? So I just kind of mentally locked that away for a while. And over time, more and more people have asked me about a more codified opinion of Cross. And I've kind of refused to play it again because of that ending. I've said this so many times. Intros are important, but so are outros. A good outro can make you think more positively about a game than it deserves, and a bad outro can poison a game, again, for years. And I have never let go of that ending, to be very clear, because that ending sucks. You may or may not have noticed I have actually already jotted down a negative for that ending, too. I remember that ending distinctly. But yeah, it's why games like Mystic Quest are good about me. In fact, if you look at almost all of the top, like the top 15 or so games on the review list, every single one of those games has several things in common, and one of those is good intros, good outros. So I'm like, okay, sure. Let's go ahead and re-examine this game. And as I was doing my research for this game in preparation for this run, I was reminded of something. You see, did you know there's two main plots in this game? Two MSQs, if you will. Which makes sense. Bad intro, Jim Palmer. Yeah, the real ending, the only actual ending, push-ups. Because, again, if you just beat the last boss, what happens is it just says the end, and that's it. The true ending is kind of misnamed, in my honest opinion, because it really should just be the ending. But I digress. So, two MSQs, and that kind of confused me because all of my memories of this game's story are of the, let's call it the Chrono Trigger and MSQ, as opposed to the other one, because the other one is so. I'll show this as we're going through this, but if you look up people talking about this game, if you look up people trying to explain this game, if you look up people who have like wiki sites or on TV tropes, or if you look up just like, you know, forum pages or even archives from years ago, everyone talks about the one MSQ, the one connected to Chrono Trigger. Almost nobody, in fact, I only found one exception to this. Almost nobody talks about the other MSQ. Which one of these two MSQs takes the most of the time, most of the screen time in this game? You already know what I'm going to say because of how I prefaced this question. The Chrono Trigger MSQ doesn't even really show up until about 2 hours towards the end of the game. That might even be an exaggeration. It might be less time than that. Literally, plot points are not revealed until 3 NPCs talk to you about them. Flat out, they just say, hey, here's what was going on. Right before the final battle. The bulk of the time is spent on this other plot, which I'm going to call the humans are bastards plot, because that's what it is. The other plot is all thematically about how people suck, and humans are awful, and humans suck, and humans are awful. Think like an inverse Star Trek, and you've kind of got it. I will also admit, I have only vague memories about the second plot, the humans are bastards plot. Because it was just another JRPG story. There wasn't really any substantial meat on it, to be frank. I am very curious how that other plot's going to hold up on review when we actually go through pound for pound. Because let me tell you, this plot sucks. Anyways, so Jay Palmer says, how long after Chrono Trigger does this come out? I have no idea. Were there other games in between? Yes. Which brings me to my actual spiel. Rather than answer Jay Palmer directly, I have a speech prepared. Sorry. We'll get to the game in a minute, I swear. Let's talk about the we can do no wrong era of Square. This is when Square put out a lot of crap games because, and a lot of good games, it's worth noting, and just a lot of games. There was this atmosphere. I've actually studied this era of gaming and this era of Square Enix in particular, and this era of Final Fantasy in particular, many, many times, because this has been of personal interest to me, and my show has intersected with it professionally several times as well. The overwhelming, sorry, this is actually Square, not Square Enix, but is whatever. Actually, post FF6, Mr. Rude. After FF6 and Chrono Trigger specifically, there was just this air of we can do no wrong. Almost every interview I've ever read from anybody, from the graphics designers to the basic programmers to the directors to the producers to the writers to the music composers, all of them, every single one of those people, all say the same thing. And there was just this atmosphere in the office of riding the high, right? Like, we got this. And so a lot of people were a little bit more, let's call it experimental than they otherwise would be. Now, it's worth noting I'm in favor of that. This is not me trying to say that this is a bad thing. Because while we did get some crap, we also got some great. That's how that works. When you experiment, you fail, right? This is something I tend to praise Nintendo's core team so much for, is that they will try stuff, fail, so that they can learn and grow and then eventually succeed. So I'm with it. That was the era in which this game was conceived. They had a lot of cross-pollination. They had literal whiteboards where they jot down ideas or thoughts or concepts, both gameplay and story. And they would just be kind of cherry-picked and, okay, this one's going to go over here, and this one's going to go over here, and this one's going to go over here. So, like, for example, as something we'll talk about hopefully later this week, a lot of the original concepts and plot for Xenogears was actually pitched as the story of FF7, and so they said no to that, but they still were like, but this is a good idea, but this is a good idea, and some thematic stuff. Like I said, a lot of cross-pollination. A lot of these creators were all just kind of sharing ideas. So almost every game in this era has a lot of similarities from almost every other game in this era. So Chrono Cross, Xenogears, FF7, FF8, and Parasite Eve are probably the most obvious examples of this. There are others. Vagrant Story was in this era as well. It's another example. And yes, Spirits Within. Anyways. So in this era, Hiromichi Tanaka and Masato Kato, which is a name we're going to hear me say a lot, really wanted to push something out and follow through on an idea they had. They called it Radical Dreamers, and it was just this little side thing that they were experimenting with the Saddle-A-View. Now, real quick, how many of you in chat even know what the Saddle-A-View was? No, don't lie to me. I'm not even going to explain it because it's so utterly irrelevant for the purpose of this. But anyways, as a result of this, it was not very well published. In fact, the first time we ever got a port of this game, which was eventually called Radical Dreamers, was when the Chrono Cross remaster came out a few years ago. Saddle-A-View. Saddle-A-View. It's satellite view, but the way they spell it is really dumb. It should be satellite view or something like that, but instead it's Saddle-A-View. It's just, anyways. So, I should also mention, by the way, I have dug into this game quite a bit because I'm approaching this essentially as a lore run. That remaster I mentioned, the very crash-happy, unoptimized, AI-generated bullcrap remaster, which I'm never buying and I'm not playing. Yeah, the good thing about that, other than making it Radical Dreamers actually playable, is the fact that it came with a host of new interviews and new behind-the-scenes information. We actually learned stuff we had never learned about the creation of games like Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross as a result of this. So, yay for behind the scenes. Moving on. Anyway, so this game was designed to be this own little thing, and then somewhere in mid-production, Masato Kato, decided to go ahead and essentially crudely connect Chrono Trigger to it. If you've ever played Radical Dreamers, you'll know what I mean, because it's its own completely separate story, and it's doing its own thing, and oh my god, it was Magus all along. Oh my god, it was Shala all along. The end is basically the story. Spoilers. By the way, we will also be spoiling Chrono Trigger because we sort of have to. This is a direct sequel to Chrono Trigger. So in the off chance you don't want Chrono Trigger spoilers, this is not the stream for you. Anyways, but remember, this is the important thing. Remember what I just said. It was its own story that was then crudely grafted onto Chrono Trigger. You with me on that? Okay. So, Masato Kato is almost always listed as the writer for Chrono Trigger, and that's not true. This is news to me. I didn't know this until I was doing my research over the last week for this very run. Yuji Horii was actually the writer for Chrono Trigger. I should say there's 5 writers for Chrono Trigger. But the guy who set out the scenario, aka the main plot writer, the guy who actually writes the plot and themes and the sequence of events above it, the scenario editor, that's Yuji Horii. And oh my god, all of a sudden that makes so much sense. Because little one wants to interrupt my thing here. So little one, and we'll put this towards Alpha Block's already funded, so you have to pick something else. Sorry. Patch Trail and Live Alive R. But thank you for the sub, and please tell me once you pick your third thing. So, yeah, Yuji Horii writing Chrono Trigger suddenly makes so much sense. For those of you who do not recognize that name, you may have heard him as the writer of Dragon Quest. No, really. The entire franchise. If you've ever liked a story in Dragon Quest, you can pretty much point to him as why. Dude's actually a very good writer. I put praise upon him. I mean, I call it Dragon Quest Effect for a reason. But he's the guy who actually sat down and wrote Chrono Trigger. Now, why is this relevant? I'm not trying to slam Masato Kato, because what happened was Kato was brought in after the fact in order to polish up the existing plot. Exactly, Darkrai. So Kato, by every interview I've ever read, has a degree of resentment towards Chrono Trigger. This is true even as recently as the most recent interview he did a few years ago. So I don't presume to know why. So I shouldn't put words into his mouth. But it's very clear the man is not fond of Chrono Trigger and does not want to be associated with that. He wants to just move on and do his own thing. And Lord knows Kato has done his own stuff, which is good, bad, or in between, depending on how you think of it. Actually, fun fact, let me pull up the list here real quick. Because this amused me. So he has actually written quite a few things of his own that he's actually written, including he was one of the main writers at Xenogears. Obviously, Chrono Cross, I mentioned that. He did some work for some of the Mana games. And the Batten Kaitos series, if you're familiar with that. He also was the central writer for Ninja Gaiden, and Ninja Gaiden 2 and Ninja Gaiden 3. No, not the Xbox ones, the NES ones. And oh my god, that fits. If you know anything about, as soon as I read that, I was like, that makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. His fingerprints are all over those, and I never really realized that before. Anyway, so yeah, I don't necessarily blame him for being resentful. Not really. But I bring this up because you have to keep in mind the mentality. You have to keep in mind the person and the mind state he was in when he was making his Radical Dreamers story, and then was told to graft it onto Chrono Trigger. It's like, okay. So then he's like, I want to do my own game. And he starts putting together this Cross game, okay? Now, he himself has gone on record several times saying Chrono Cross is not a sequel to Chrono Trigger, which is hysterical for various reasons. But to run through this in as brief a time as I possibly can, he wanted to make his own story about how humans are bastards. That's plot 2, right? That's the majority of the game. And then later on, I don't know the exact order because accounts actually differ on this, but later on, someone was like, you should graft Radical Dreamers onto this. Because Radical Dreamers was getting dumped, because everything that was on the Saddle of You was getting dumped. Like, almost none of that would be released outside of Japan for literal decades. So he was like, "Oh my god!" So he like very crudely and awfully grafted Radical Dreamers' central plot onto Chrono Cross. Which, if you ever wondered why the Panther Demon exists, why Surge is relevant at all, why the Storm exists, that's why. It's because that was stuff from Radical Dreamers. So that stuff got crudely grafted onto Chrono Cross. And then Chrono Trigger got crudely grafted onto Chrono Cross. So, and I know I know that sounds so strange to say it that way, considering how integral Chrono Trigger is to Chrono Cross, but here we are. And everything I've read indicates that Kato was not a fan of that particular decision. And I think that shows in the narrative and what it does with the characters from Chrono Trigger and the plot points from Chrono Trigger, because it's depressing, I think is the word I want to use. It's very spit in the face of the players. Now I'm going to pause here for a moment, because that spit in the face of the players thing is a fascinating element when it comes to the real life meta perspective here, because when Chrono Cross came out, it actually wasn't all that well received because of the face spitting. And so it was kind of like a niche game for a while. And then over time, people are like, wait, no, it's secretly brilliant and it's awesome, and so much time and effort and thought has been put into this. You're just mad because it's not as good as your baby. And it became this little conflict. Some of you probably remember this. Trigger and Cross fandoms started conflicting on this and arguing and yelling and blah, 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 blah. Sure, little one. That's sad that of the 400 games, there's nothing else interesting you there, but whatever. By the way, this is a JRPG, whoever asked that. So these two fandoms were like, rah, for a while, because this is the normal fan cycle. It's nothing new. After a while, both sides kind of settled down, and they were like, okay, cool, whatever. And then there were those interviews I mentioned recently. There's an entire article on the Chronopedia where several of the people behind the Chrono Cross fandom flat out stated that they're apologizing for being so vitriolic towards the Trigger fandom for so long. Because let me tell you, that interview sucked. If anybody's interested, I actually have a link to it which I can share. But it really showed how little thought was put into the story of Cross. That is to say, the Trigger related story of Cross. I need to emphasize that, because holy crap. The thing I will pull out here, the individual thing I'll pull out from this, is that he kept insisting, and people were trying to ask specifics of certain characters or certain backstory stuff. And one of the most common responses he would give would be, you make up your own story. I wanted it to be open-ended. He also clarified what was meant by the true ending. I'll talk about that when we get there. Anyways. So that's just... Woo. Okay, so we've got a game. We've got two separate games crudely grafted onto it. Okay, no problem. You know what? We've got this, because this is going to be a really short game, like 10 hours, maybe even less than 10 hours, right? If you've seen the estimate, you know that that's not true. But that was the original intent. I actually kind of like this because they were rather inspired not only by Trigger, but a couple of other games that came out in this era, which were pretty short. You know, they were relatively short, dense games. And that's what they wanted. They wanted a very, very dense experience for Chrono Cross. So naturally, they brought in some new developers, and they brought in some new developers, and they feature creeped, and they feature creeped, and they feature creeped. And almost every developer kept saying, oh, we've got to add this new character. Oh, we've got to add that. We've got to have this kind of archetype. Oh, we should have a character that does this. And so the playable characters ballooned from like 4 to 7 to 45. In fact, the development of this game took so long that they ran into the same exact problem that Xenogears did. They were running out of time and budget, because they were just feature creeping forever. Just going, have a good night, little one. So they just feature creeped forever. They just ballooned and ballooned and ballooned. They had something like 80 people working on this game at one point, before the FF8 dev team was then grafted onto the Chrono Cross team. Yes, really. What's the recruit limit? 2. I'm sorry. I should clarify. The party limit is 2. You have to have the main character in the party, and your party limit is 3, so you can have 2 additional party members in your party. You also cannot recruit all 45 in a single playthrough. So yeah, all the FF8 people joined in and they started coming up with their own ideas, and there was just this whole thing, right? um I just so there was obviously a whole lot going on. They actually I was talking about this recently. They invented a whole new engine for this game. Coded it from scratch. It's actually one of the reasons why the development took so long, is they were developing a new engine for this game. And you're probably thinking, "Oh my God, I hope they got some use out of this engine." Yeah, they ended up using it for Final Fantasy 11. I am not joking. This was news to me. I didn't know about this little tidbit. Obviously, the FF11 engine is a little bit developed based on it because PS2 as opposed to PS1, but it's the same engine. Anyways, I'll have some notes here about themes. We're gonna skip over that for the moment. I talked about Masato Kato, um, and the humans are bastard, which is a huge thematic shift because Chrono Trigger's theme is basically the exact opposite of Chrono Cross's, which is probably deliberate. I should probably mention there was actually an effort by to make a Chrono Trigger 2 by Sakaguchi, of all people. If you don't understand why that's weird, Sakaguchi doesn't do sequels. Like, philosophically, he dislikes the idea of sequels. This is something he's mentioned multiple times in multiple interviews. But he really wanted to make a Chrono Trigger 2. Everyone said no. The executives, the people, the money people at Square said no. So, after all that was vetoed, again, Chrono Trigger was kind of grafted on Chrono Cross. This just turns into a mess. He's still striving. By the way, he's actually still pitching the idea of a sequel to Chrono Trigger, which will ignore Cross in the concept. This is not a joke. This is something he has mentioned as recently as 2 years ago. So this is still something that's being pushed around. Anyways, I think that's kind of it. I'm just looking at the whole thing here. I suppose I'll stop there because most of the other stuff I want to talk about is going to be more spoilery and more relevant as we go. So, that means I now need to actually play this game. God help me. All right, I can do this. I can do this. Ladies and gentlemen, I know the one thing you really want to hear more than anything else. So let me go ahead and do this. I'm walking into this with as open a mind as I can from a review perspective. I wouldn't even be surprised if this is a net positive game. Even if the outro sucks, the game might actually overwhelm though. Yeah, technically that's a lot of spoilers. Very technically, because obviously you have no idea what any of that stuff means. But for example, we saw the second to last boss in that cinematic. Oh God, I do, Ross. Yeah, I played this game pretty much right when it came out, so I was kind of right at the cusp of that. So, Chrono Cross. Yay. Um, can I just say something that's funny? Don't worry, we won't do this. But you know the girl that kept showing up during that cutscene? No, not Harley. Not the Harley Quinn. The other one, the blonde lady. That's her name is Kid. And no, Walker. She she everything about that intro might indicate that she's a main character, and indeed, she is functionally a main character. Do you know she's an optional pickup? It is possible to go through, I'd say about 90, maybe 95% of this game without ever actually recruiting her. At multiple times, you get the option to recruit her, and you can just say, no, I'm good. Something about that amuses me. Anyways. All right. Someone asked my top 3 favorite. Hang on, I need to make sure something's here really quick. Good. So, part of the prep work I was doing was getting these saves set up here. Don't worry, this will all make a lot more sense later. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about this. Anyways, words. Favorite intro jingles. Honestly, I think the PlayStation 1 is probably my personal favorite intro jingle. Followed by, let's go with, I think I'm going to go with GameCube and then Wii U, I think, after that. Followed by the PS2 if I kept going, and then the Famicom. Even though I never had one, I do love the Famicom. All right, so new game. Sir, yeah, sure, his name's Sir. I don't care. Nobody cares. I would love to know where your quit point was, Blade Jamal. Although we do have access to cheats, which is good. I am not doing 100% playthrough of this game. Ignoring the fact that it literally would mandate going through the game multiple times. That's insane. 1999/2000 Spark. What is it, Surge? You look troubled. Oh yeah, I call him Surge, not Sergey or Sergey or Sergey or Sergi. I've heard a bunch of pronunciations. I'm just calling him Surge. This is it. There's no turning back now. Oi! Come on, Surge. Yeah, that's Kid. So, one other thing I mentioned, it was actually mentioned in chat earlier. They actually came up with an algorithm to adjust how dialogue is rendered and how dialogue is kept in memory as a way to try and save space as well as to save time on localizing and translating it. The reason I bring that up is because it added some unique flavor to the dialect, which is something that Square would actually use in the future, like the Dragon Quest series. But it was yet another reason why the development of this game took so damn long. The last game I could think of that had an entire complex software just interpreting the text layer was Earthbound, and that was made by a programming genius, Iwata, if you're wondering. Just you wait, Lynx. Today is going to be the day of reckoning. Say your prayers. Nothing'll do you any good. Surge. Oh my god. hold on. Please tell me there's an auto run. Oh, thank God. There we go. Oh, thank God. Okay, okay, we're good, we're good. It's impossible to answer that without spoiling, and also this very game doesn't mention that until about 2 hours before the end of the game. And that's your answer, Spartan. What's that crystallock then? Some kind of switch? Bugger. So close, yet so far. Oh yeah, there's originally a bunch of swears in this game, like in Japanese. They're pretty cuss-heavy in this game. Which is funny if you think about Masato Kato and his overall writing style. They ripped out almost all of those in the English localization. They left in bugger by accident, because nobody actually who was on the localization team realized it was a swear. Sorry, Walker. I have failed you. I guess attack, since it's literally my only option. Oh yeah, by the way, these percentages are complete lies. I don't mean that in like the usual sense of the word. I mean literally, those percentages are lies. People have reverse engineered the code at this point. So, to summarize excessively, what you're looking at is the first formula that goes into hitting it, not the last, if that makes any sense. So, I have a 92% chance to hit. Then we consider things like my equipment, or my stats, or the enemy stats, or the enemy evasion, or environmental effects, or armor, and then we'll see what my actual chance to hit is. So I don't see my actual chance to hit is, what my actual chance is. I see my default, if that makes any sense. And yeah, is it just me, or is this battle screen really confusing? So we've got field effect in the upper left. I have no idea what's going on with that. We've got the ability to attack with 1, 2, and 3 at various percentages, which, as we just mentioned, is lying. We've got element. We've got green blips. Okay. Health, that's actually pretty obvious, all things considered. But then we've also got a bar under health. I have no idea what that is. And stat. I don't know what stat is either, but Surge is at 7.0, Kid is at 2.4, and Mel is at 5.0. I don't know what any of this means. Yeah, there's a lot of information here, and none of this is being conveyed to the player. You know I prefer diegetic tutorials, but just throwing the player into the deep end is not diegetic. So we can... Oh my god, I have no idea what I'm looking at. Also, we appear to be having a graphical glitch. That's always cool. That doesn't bode well. So, Cure +1, which is blue, yellow, yellow? Oh, right, because we're on the second level of our right. Okay. So, that's our monogrid. The things that are blinking, that's where we're currently at with our element grid, okay? So right now our grid is blue, yellow, yellow. If we upgrade again, we'll be at yellow, red, yellow. Later on, we'll be at blue, yellow, something else. Gray? I don't know. Is gray an element? And then eventually we'll have yellow right at the top. This isn't conveyed well. The only reason I know that is because I've played this before. So let's go ahead and heal Kid. There we go. By the way, we have innate colors too. Innate also has its own effects. So for example, if you're red and I hit you with something red, it's magnified. But if you're red and I hit you with blue, it's diminished. So that can affect heals as well as damage. So I'm gonna admit something here. I hate this. I hate this, and I like to think that this and Xenogears both began an era of RPGs that honestly we didn't get out of until like 8 or 9 years ago. It was the overly complicated era. You know what I mean by that. Systems on top of systems on top of systems. Way too much complexity for basic functionality that doesn't really add a lot of additional gameplay. Having to divine this in order to then equip this, and in order to equip this increases your this, which allows this other thing to do slightly more this under this circumstance in this place. Now, it's worth noting that can still be done intuitively. Good design can actually make, concurrent systems make sense and still be fun. I actually have an example of that off the top of my head. Birth by Sleep. In Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, you actually have a fairly substantial amount of systems. You've got your summons, which is attached to you. You've got your, I forget what it's called, the shot lock. You've got your shot lock. You've got merging abilities. You've got whatever you have equipped, which can level up the equipped. And I think there's like another mechanic. But all those mechanics dovetail into each other, and all of them follow the same basic premise. Use it, level it. And then once you're done leveling it, you can upgrade it. Upgrading it can produce something better or something different. And then you can level that and keep going. That's fine, because the whole of the system is something that makes sense without needing a guide or a walkthrough to understand what the hell you're looking at. So now we're out. -2. I have no idea what any of this means at this point. What if we do a 3? Okay, let's do a 3 again. Okay, now let's do a 1, maybe? What was the bar on the left? I don't know what any of this means! Okay, so let's do 3 smalls. What is field effect? As you use elements, it changes the field effect, which doesn't matter until it does, and at which point it's mandatory. Simplest way to put that. Okay, so I'm thinking small hit, medium hit, big hit, and chances of hitting. Yeah, so right now we've got a red, yellow, and blue field, although I'm not sure what the different circles actually mean. Oh yeah, the leveling. So maybe I've noticed we didn't get experience from that battle. Indeed, you don't get experience from any battles. So this is a system that I wish I liked, but I don't. Our level, what's our level right now? Someone look at the screen, tell me what level we are. "20 is correct. The party is level 20. And so the party's level goes up every time you beat a boss. You will be level 45, I want to say. No, 48, I think. There's a specific number by the end of the game. It is very static. There's nothing you can really do about it. You can only get past that if you do New Game Plus. Now, here's the weird thing. You can still get individual stat ups, but only for a certain amount of enemies after you defeat a boss, at which point your stat ups cap, and you can't gain any new stat ups. Yeah, by the way, this is an en medias res, or a flash forward, or whatever you want to call this. something Square is a little bit too in love with. I don't like flash forwards personally. However, I will admit that this is an interesting approach to trying to convey to the player. So one of the things I talk about a lot in RPGs is the early game problem, right? When the early game of a JRPG sucks because you have so little kit. And because of that, combat is boring. So jumping you in much later in the game to give you a taste of what is to come is not a bad way to try and combat that. Yeah, no, the game isn't quite at the Suikoden levels of combating grind, but it is a very anti-grind game. Because, yeah, I know where we are here, but spoilers, it's a pretty far into the game dungeon. We won't get back here for several days. Yep, it's still on disc 1. This game and the next game we're playing, which is Xenogears, for those of you not aware, both share the same basic problem. Both of their disc 1s are much better than their disc 2s. Like, even I, who am not a fan of this game, will admit Disc 1 is a lot better than Disc 2. Xenogears' situation is infamous. I actually found the interview where they talk about that, too. Pretty recent interviews, 2019. I will admit, the graphics aren't exactly bad. I would say this looks better than FF8, personally. And obviously FF7. I do not think this looks as good as 9. I mean, honestly, all their faces look a little bit off. Yeah, honestly, I kind of agree. A lot of the early FF11 stuff looks worse than this. So, in extreme summary, Blue Dragon EXE, for various reasons I will discuss in more detail when we get there, they ran out of time and budget, and so they faced the option of either cutting off the game early, the moment Faye leaves Solaris, for those of you who know what that means, or having the rest of the game be a bunch of dialogue scenes with no gameplay, expositing the entire game to you, and then the last boss. Guess which one they went with? Oi, what the bloody hell just happened? What are we doing out here? Wow, bugger, we're so high up. This thing floating? Did it feel like your body passed through the floor just now? No. Sure is some thought. Hey, Serge. You alright, mate? You've been acting all weird. Who knows what's up ahead, so stay on your toes, eh? I mean, it's 3D versus 2D pixels. I would say Breath of Fire 3 has better sprite work, but this game has substantially better brickwork. Oh wow, Darkrai. Oh no, kid's dead. Murdered by Surge. And now that I've murdered kid. Surge. Good morning, Surge. Come on, sleepyhead, get up. This isn't a Zelda game. Let's go. You talking about like the FF14 style or the much more stylistic thing, Plutonian? Because that would be Final Fantasy X or Kingdom Hearts 1, respectively. Both PS2 games, now that I think about it. Yeah, I will give them this. The paintings that they use for the backgrounds are really good. One of the reasons they resorted to using AI upscaling is because, try to be shocked, they lost all the source files. Because of course they did. Why would you hold on to the production files of a game? It's a done game. There's no reason to hold on to it anymore. Sorry, that attitude actually irritates me. It's so common. It is so distressingly common. Yeah, by the way, this is really normal. FF8 had this issue. FF9 had this issue. Parasite Eve had this issue. Excuse me. I don't even remember what else. There are several other games from the PS1 era where they just did not hold on to their source files or their backup files or anything. Yeah, disc in the shredder. Not really. Sorry, jotting down some thoughts. Good morning, Surge. You're finally up. Sun's already reached high noon. Lazy bum. By the way, didn't you have plans to meet with Lena this morning? Lena came by to see if you were up, but you, young man, were still off in Never Never Land. You shouldn't break promises like that. Girls can be pretty scary if you make them marry. Yeah, we have a girlfriend and everything. Sergi, check out this sawfish. Awesome, ain't it? Poppy caught it down south by the El Nido Triangle. Nobody likes going down there, though. I'll say it's creepy. This sucker sure looks tasty. It's apparently still alive. Yo, Serge, what do you think of this sawfish? You ever seen one this size? Ha! It's gotta be from some legendary Dragon King palace. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, you wish. Yeah, I guess legends are meant to be legends. Definitely would have been too good to be true. Oh well, at least I know for sure this one's a biggie. Living on a life and something good's bound to happen. Yeah, that's a thing. Hello, Serge. Beautiful day today, isn't it? Sure feels great outside. Just being able to bask in the sun all day sure is a nice change. They say the rain cleanses one's spirit, but at our age, we've had enough cleansing. Yes, I know. I wonder if those outsiders that are back digging it now that the rain's up must be conducting some kind of investigation up in Fossil Valley. Can't comprehend outsiders. Why would they want to dig up a place like that? Yes, why would you want to dig up a place called Fossil Valley? That's crazy. Hello there, Serge. Can I introduce you to something? I have some great elements. Show me your elements. So let's see. Cure, which is level 1 plus 7. I don't know what that means. And it's blue. Also costs all my money to get. The remaster is probably good if it wasn't crashing all the time. Which is sort of an issue. Yeah, look at that background. Take that thing in. Well, now you're an Arnie. What brings you here to this quiet seaside village? Oh, it's you, Sarge. Just don't be going near Hydra marshes to the east if you go outside. Don't you want to run into those evil dwarves on that Hydra now? Say, why don't you talk to the village chief before you set out? His house is just past those gates down yonder. Hey, Sergi, you know what's popular amongst the village girls these days? A necklace made from Komodo dragon scales. You know, the monsters that eat fire? I want to get some for Kiki, but there's no way I can beat those monsters. Oh no. If I don't do something about this, Kiki might start liking Lolo. Why am I in a fix? Don't worry, this isn't Xenogears. The whole town is going to be destroyed in like 5 minutes. Yo, Sergi. I heard you totally blew off Lena this morning. Didn't think you had it in you. That was real gutsy of you. Guess that shows her who's boss, huh? Until I said so, but my sister's a bit uptight, you know. So like break her in a little, you know, make her act a little more ladylike. What? Alright, well I hate to do this, but I need to AFK for like 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay. Moving on. Hi, cat. A boat is like a limb to our fishermen. Pull any stunts like last time and I'll whack you in the head. Yippee! Sploosh. Okay. You're late, Serge. Sleeping in as usual, I suppose. You promised you'd go get some Komodo scales for my necklace, remember? Since you were late, Mom asked me to babysit the kids. Serge, Elena, look at me. Ah, look at this idyllic, lush paradise. I sure hope humans aren't bastards and will definitely not try to destroy this lush, environmentally, naturally wonderful thing, because nature is wonderful and perfect in every way, and humans are the real villains. Unlike the rest of you, we're not here to play. Don't swim out too far now. Okay. Kids sure have it easy. And when we were like that, not a single care or worry on our minds. No. How each day lasts in an eternity filled with newness, fun, and excitement. The most important thing right now is not our childhood, but my Komodo scale necklace. Yes. We have to face up to the reality and live each day anew. So, I want you to go to Lizard Rock and get some scales for me. I would join you, but I still have the kids to watch. It's your fault you were late. Once you collect some scales, I'll catch up with you at Opasa Beach. Is that okay with you, Serge? Sure, no problem. You know what I should do? I just realized. Do I have any paper? I don't think I do. I also don't have a pen. I'll use text. I've got a notepad. Sure. Good, that's what I wanted to hear. Okay, then don't just stand around. Go collect some scales. Let's see, I think 3 should be enough. Good luck! Alright, 3 rat tails. I mean, dragon scales. Oh, I should talk to this person. Oh, it's you, Serge. Beautiful day, huh? You caught me dozing off here. By the way, Serge, you like the sea? Not sure, yeah. Yeah, the sea is great. Remember, don't take the sea too lightly. Usually, you'll find the sea to be vast, deep, full of strength and energy, yet kind and gentle. Once it becomes angry, it can turn into the most frightening monster you've ever seen, engulfing everything. Close your eyes, prick up your ears. You can hear the cries of countless men swallowed by the sea, the hidden secret the sea whispers. I recommend you learn to sense the mood of the sea. That's if you don't want to join the fellows already at the bottom. Because my pen and paper is in storage. Yeah, by the way, I'm going to do my best to review the music of this game. No promises. I'm just going to do my best. Serge, you don't be mean to Miss Celine. Oh, sorry. Hello there, Serge. Word had it the Komodo dragon scales are quite popular amongst the youngins these days. So you're collecting them too, huh? What, to make a silly little necklace? Yeah. He. Well said, Serge. You truly are a man of the sea. You don't call me the Komodo dragon expert for nothing. Let me give you some pointers. Get out your ears and listen well. This is truly top secret. Rock and roll to trap the sucker. Use the lay of the land to make a surprise attack. There's always one that likes to play tag. Run with all your might. Beware, these dragons are mighty cautious and run at high speeds. You must face them with your wits, courage, and tenacity. Use your lightning start and run like the wind. Whip past it with all of your might. I guess there's no point outrunning it. Anyhow, it's all about guts, my boy. So once you catch up to it, you must fight. Kick that little sucker's butt. But don't get your own butt kicked. That's about all I can teach you about the ways of an expert. Now go, Serge. Go for the gold and bring forth a brighter tomorrow. Sorry. What? You know about Lizard Rock, southwest of the village? I've heard a mother Komodo comes out every once in a while. I've told Kiki numerous times not to play there, but she never listens to me. I guess kids will be kids. Hello, cat. Hey, look, it's a cat. Oh, hi, Serge. I was lost in my thoughts there. You know, Kiki's grown up so quickly. Sometimes I'm amazed at how much she resembles her mother. Yeah, I guess my wife is like that too. She's been very much like her mother as long as I can remember. I guess that demonstrates how life continues to live on through generations. It's been about 10 years since I became a fisherman. Back then I still had other aspirations, but I ended up succeeding my dad. I guess you could say everything here represents 10 years of my life. Lion sharks, sawfish, six-horned narwhals, you name it. They represent all my hard work and dedication. I love my job, and I'm happy with my current lifestyle, but lately I get to thinking when I see Kiki about how I could have had a different future if I'd chosen a different path 10 years ago. Wink, wink, wink. Then I'd be living a completely different life than I am now. Wink, 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 wink. I'm not saying which one would have been better. I just wonder where the other path would have led me. I guess the longer you live, the more you wonder about the another you that might have been. Boy, life sure is complex. Really. Oh, hey, Serge, you want this? Here, take it. It's an amulet I made from lion shark tooth 10 years ago. I don't need it anymore. I have my wife and Kiki watching over me. Shark tooth. Shark tooth? Oh, no! Wait, shark tooth, not sharp tooth. We're good, we're good. What is with this backdrop, by the way? I don't even know what it's supposed to be. It's a low resolution patterned brown dirt thing? No, actually, Mr. Red. Not the compass, the brown. It's apparently a key item. Okay. While we're here, let's pop a save. No reason, just so we don't have to redo any of that. Okay. Why are you attacking my arm? Why are you licking my arm? Why are you clawing my arm? I don't understand. That's it. Looks like the Viper Festival will be canceled again this year. Our only celebration of El Nido Archipelago down the drain. Hasn't been anything good to talk about since the army from Poor took over the islands 3 years ago. Yes, that Poor. It's stupider than you think. We wouldn't have to put up with the situation if General Viper and the Dragoons were still here. The Dragoons. Yo, Serge, heard anything about them group of thieves up on the mainland? I think... No, I haven't. You haven't been keeping up, have you? It's pretty big news, even in El Nido. Those mysterious thieves have broken into a bunch of houses up on the mainland. They're cold-blooded bastards. They'll go to any extreme to get money or jewels. Even the powerful nation of Poor can't seem to get a hold of them. I think they call themselves the Radical Dreamers. Wouldn't want to run into those bandits. Not really, no, Blantival. Humana, 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 she sure is pretty. What a knockout that dancer Miki is. Port Town of Termina has its share of dancers, but no one, I say no one, compares to Miki. Mind you, I've never actually seen Miki dance. I would love to see them jiggle. Or I'm talking about her arms, of course. Whoa, Serge, don't tell Grandma about this. Yeah, you like boobs. Most people like boobs. This is not unusual. And you are correct, Darkrai. Why, hello, Serge. Do you want to hear a real truth about the world? Insanity leads to chaos, and then to solitude, the fruitless effort of adding meaning to what is meaningless. A lone crimson tear falls to the sea. The echo of the remaining star cries out in the infinite vacuum. The least I can do is send my distant prayers over the wind of time, setting sail on dreams. Right. I want to cross the continent and make a name for myself, with just a pencil and paper. But look at me. I'm in this puny village in the middle of nowhere, waitressing in this rundown shack. What you say about my restaurant? You can quit any time, you know. Yikes. Just kidding. I was just kidding. I was just saying how good the working environment is. Tasty, cha-cha-cha, healthy, cha-cha-cha. Why don't you try my Hecarim soup? Hecarim soup. That's my specialty. Soup made exclusively from Hecarim bones. I mean to brag, but nobody can make soup like I can. Cha-cha-cha. Right. Yeah, welcome to my special hell, Zobe. I like to call this the week of just get it over with. We are ripping the Band-Aid off. And I never have to talk about these games again. Sorry, that sounds mean. It's true, but it is mean, and I shouldn't say it out loud. I apologize. In-depth lore for both games. Go watch the intro for the behind-the-scenes for this game. Yeah, I didn't like Xenogears and I didn't like Chrono Cross, but in the interest of fairness, I never beat Xenogears. I gave up on that game. What's funny is I played Xenogears after Chrono Cross, even though Cross actually came out after Xenogears. But I mentioned that because my tolerance was already kind of low because of Cross. And then I got to a certain point in Gears and I was like, you know what? I'm good. And I just walked away from it. I mean, yeah, Zactaf, that's a little bit weird. Yeah, it was posited as an idea that I just review the narrative of Xenogears. Obviously, I will not be doing that. But it is specifically the gameplay that made me put it down. I'll admit that freely. Is it a spoiler why I didn't like Cross? Well, it's funny you say that. I did mention in the beginning one of the biggest reasons I don't like Cross. It's not even a spoiler. It's its connection to Chrono Trigger, or more accurately, how crudely it was bolted on to Chrono Trigger and Radical Dreamers. But mostly I just remember not liking the combat and just not enjoying the progression through the game. We'll see how much that holds up. I mean, the last time I played this game was the year 2000, so it's been 25 years. I, Ganji, know all and see all. I can tell you all you need to know about using key items. Sure. Good. Listen carefully now. When you want to have a tutorial, you have to use this button. Then you give it to them, and then they respond. Oh God, Croatia. The most crude way I've ever seen an IP bolt on each other. I don't know, this is pretty crude. Like, it's literally 3 separate IPs bolted onto each other and also another IP. That's a hell of a staple job. The Record of Fate tells me not to go out to sea today. That's why I'm here for the Chief's lecture. Go against the Record of Fate and you'll regret it for sure. Yeah, always listen to Fate. I'm just going to go and give this away right now. One of the biggest themes of this game is inevitabilism. In other words, there is no free will, and nothing that you choose to do has any impact on anything, because everything is fated to be. So that's a fun theme for you. Days like this, it's best to take it easy. We should all live in harmony with fate. I did everything just as Chief Radius told me, and now that my aches in my body are completely gone. What a fine man our Chief is. Skilled, competent, caring. I heard he was quite a warrior in his prime. You can learn much from our Chief and grow up to be a great man like Radius. So, humans are bastards. The environment is perfect forever. and you can't fight fate. I don't like any of those themes. Hey, Serge, you want to hear a secret? It's about Pashul. Sure, tell me. Okay, ready? He's such a pig when it comes to eating. She'll do anything if fed her favorite dish. Very unladylike, isn't it? Tempted by food. Oh, Serge, how goes it? Would you like to join everyone for my lecture? So... Ugh. I was trying to find some more concrete information about Kato's mental state when he wrote this game. Obviously, he was rebelling against Trigger, and he wanted to push his, humans are bastards idea, which he does in literally every story he's ever written, by the way. All of them. That's not a joke. But, I wasn't actually able to find anything specifically talking about the depression thing. I know I have read an interview of his, this was several years ago now, where he talked about how he was just not in a good mental state when he was putting this game together, and it showed. But I couldn't find it for this review, so I apologize for not being able to do my due diligence on that. So, Fundamentals of Attack and the Art of Elements. So. Hello, cat. Oh no, we're all bastards, Lord Hermon. The world would be better off without us. Come on, Surge, don't hold back. Okay, I attack you. With low stamina hits. There's 3 different attacks. Weak, strong, and fierce. Each have different accuracy or hit values. Each time you hit your opponent, each of these values increase to make it easier to make your next attack hit its mark. A good strategy is to start with weak, and then build up to strong or fierce. Rather than attacking willy-nilly, you should aim to build your hit percents. If your fierce attacks don't hit home, you're wasting your energy. Because stamina exists. I mean, no you don't. Push-ups. We do exactly what Fate told us to do in this game. Literally 100% of the game was planned out before we were ever born. Okay, so... You're not even close. Don't be trusting in your hit percent. Too much there. As long as it's not 100%, you still run the risk of missing continuously, don't you? Sometimes it pays to muster up the courage to use strong and fierce attacks right from the start. Why? Oh, whatever, let's do what he told it to. Next, let's check out the use of elements. When you use an element, the color of the element's attribute remains on the battlefield in the form of the field effect. Each time you consecutively use the same color, the effectiveness of that color group increases. Let's fill out the area effect with the color blue. Yep, so it went. So green was pushed out, and then yellow, and then blue. So let's do blue, blue. Hey there, hurry up and turn on the blue. Yeah. Don't you know how to use elements or something? Okay. Your current level is the number that appears above the level symbol there. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. You attack to gain elemental boards? I don't know how to actually describe that. Discharging this accumulated power is what elements is all about. Once you've built up some power, you'll be able to choose the element option. When you select element, let's play to the elements you currently have allocated. Okay. Don't disappear when you use them, you just won't be able to use them again for the rest of the battle. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Elements are 1 per combat, which only matters for bosses. But once you enter another battle, you'll be able to use them again, so don't hold back now. Even though I say this, I will have to stress that you have got time to consider the appropriate time to use your elements. Otherwise, you'll never be able to beat some of the harder enemies. Oh, but wait, I'm forgetting something important. Must be my old age. There's some elements that disappear in a puff of smoke each time you use them. Those are called consumable elements. Yeah, by the way, I don't remember when the game explains this, but when they say elements in lore, what they mean is machines. These are like technical machines over in Pokemon. They're literally technology that people invented, the Draconids specifically, invented this in order to be able to emulate magic. So the benefit of consumable elements is that you can allocate up to 5 of these into the same grid space. Doing so allows you to use several of them in the same battle, unlike basic elements, which normally can only be used once per battle. That's why consumable elements have numbers after them. That's the number you currently hold in that grid position. The number will decrease as the elements are used up. However, after each battle, you can restock. So, I'm sure you'll notice... Oh, this is a lot of text. I'm sure you notice that each time you use your elemental level, as shown by the level number, will go down. Simple subtraction, really. For instance, let's say you're at level 3 and you use a level 1 tablet, allocated to level 1. So, 3 minus 1 leaves 2. Your current elemental power will be changed to 2. You can use elements anytime, so long as your stamina value is above 1. In this case, you'll still be able to use elements with a power level of up to level 2, right after using a tablet. Yep. Yep. Yep, there are enemies that are basically immune to physical attacks. Get used to the element system. I'm going to go on record right now as saying that, by memory, I do not enjoy the element system. Field is now completely blue. Any blue elements will now sure pack a punch. Here, try this out. Yeah, I mostly just get rid of the dithering because it gives me a headache when I emulate stuff. I can show you what this game looks innately, and I don't feel like it. So, we killed him! Conversely, when there's lots of blue in the field, attributes like the opposite color, red, will be weakened. Try to discern your enemy's attack pattern and fill the field with the opposite color of his attacks as a form of defense. This strategy of using elements is sure to come in handy, and in fact, mandatory for several bosses. Yeah, old man, you just killed me. How was that? You learned something, boy? Time to bring this lesson to an end. But yes, the remaster is extremely crash-heavy. And I don't know about you, I'm already not looking forward to this run. I don't feel like having the game crash periodically. Especially since that version does not have save states. Speaking of which... Pooped already, and you're still so young. Oh well, don't let it get you down. Game over, yeah! And yeah, all the elements are by color here, which... I get why they did it. It even makes a degree of sense in lore. Since again, this is all artificial. The Steam version is crash happy. If you want to buy the Steam version, that's up to you. It's probably the only real version that you're going to have access to. Like, I happen to still own my copy of this from the PS1 days. So, could you make me soup, please? Please. Please. Please, please. Make me soup. Oh god, I can't leave. Help! Help! Oh god! Okay, we're free. I don't remember how to get him to make the soup. Make the soup. I never bought the soundtrack for this game, for obvious reasons. Oh my god. Get out of the way. So I can steal your soup. Go away. Stab, stab, stab. Oh no, I'm stuck. Okay, there we go. Are they really Darkrai? Wow. I mean, it did hit one of those green box print runs, so it wouldn't surprise me if they had a bunch more than they do some other games the PS1 era. Yeah, the AI art upscaling was not something that impressed me. Also, screw LLMs in general. Okay, I give up on recruiting the frickin' dog. Whatever, let's just go. Let's just go. Maybe I need to learn that the soup is his favorite for a second. We'll try one more time. Cross was pretty mixed when it came out. And then we had the fandom split era, and then things kind of split up again, and blah, blah, blah. Me, I'm a bit busy next time. Maybe next time. Okay. Ah, I'm stuck! Oh my god, run! Hang on, hang on, hang on. Just had a weird idea. Alright, whoops. No, come on. I can't remember either. That is a very good question, Moog. So, from what I understand, the Switch version is even crashier. No, I don't. Oh my god, get out of my freaking way. Ah! Ah! There we go, okay. You found my Hecarim bone. Ah, what the heck. I'll give it to you, but I'm gonna teach you how to make the soup. My bro will kill me if I got the recipe. Have you heard your message of the day from the Record of Fate? It's a green pyramid which records your daily activities. Yeah, it's actually your save station, but it's got a lore relevance. Okay, so I still can't make the soup. Whatever. Fine. No soup. Let's just give the dog the bone. See if he comes home. Is that a Hecarim bone? Yes. Sergi Poo, a present for I? How'd you know? To accept or not to accept? Me accept your present, and me shall help you. Me will do anything you want. Me be honored to be by your side. Me will use Pretty Miracle Power X. Me will do it, Sergi Poo. 1 down, 45 to go. Stop playing that song. Stop playing that song. It's a PS1 JRPG. Of course, it's a beloved classic. What? Don't look at me like that. That was the JRPG era. Everybody loves PS1 JRPGs. Except me. Okay. Just gonna vanish here. I mean, there's other factors and other complexity to it, but really, at the end of the day, that is what it goes down to. Remember, this was the big mainstream era of video gaming. Video games were still pretty niche and pretty, like, side hobby material. Until 95, I want to say? 95 or 96? No, I'm going to take that back. I'm going to say 96 is about the era. Several games came out in quick succession, which really spread the very knowledge of gaming all over the place. And all of a sudden, people who had not played games or thought of games as kid things, all of a sudden were like, oh my gosh, video games. And this was the video game explosion era. Like, this isn't presumption. We've got every fact backing this up. So, yeah, of course, a bunch of people like PS1 era JRPGs because this is when most people became aware that video games existed. Hell, just ask Europe, the whole country of Europe. Because, you know, we... Dumb joke. The PS2 absolutely helped because a lot of people got a PS2 for the DVD. There's a reason why the PS2 is still one of the top-selling consoles ever. Now, this is funny. Zobe asked, did I like SNES RPGs better than PS1 RPGs? That is a fascinating question. Because on the one hand, the SNES has Final Fantasy VI. But on the other hand, the SNES has Secret of the Stars. So the answer is not really, no. I mean, there's some really, really, really good games on the SNES. But there's also some, you know, not. I know people like this game more than Chrono Trigger off the deeper end. Yeah, on the one hand, PS1 has FF7 and FF9. And Breath of Fire 3. On the other hand... sure, whatever. Yeah, by the way, enemies can just interrupt your attacks. I don't remember the specific mechanic of what makes that happen. I just know it's a thing. You just saw it happen. You've been seeing it happen this whole time if you're paying attention. Like that. Notice we're still in mid-turn. I mean, I even still think that several of the giants, like FF7, have issues. Severe, severe issues. And I just mentioned Breath of Fire 3, which... that game's pretty good, if you have a walkthrough with you. I'm one of those crazy weirdos who thinks FF8 is overall a net positive game. I know that sounds like faint praise, and that's probably because it is. But I stand by it. We'll see if that actually holds up on review, because I haven't reviewed FF8. You know, this is the second game in a row we've played where the trash doesn't really serve any purpose in existing. I just realized that. Sure, Blade Ball. Why? Yeah, leveling's tied to bosses. You can get items off of trash. That's it. For science. Okay. I think Blade Ball's turned into Hojo, everyone. Whoops. Oh, whatever. I mean, a game being different doesn't bother me. 8 just has issues. 8 actually is in a very similar boat to Breath of Fire 3. It is a much better game if you already know what you're doing and or have a walkthrough. If you're playing blind for the first time, good luck. Actually, yeah. This is the era of Prima Guides. Don't mistake me, Prima Guides predates these games. But you know what I mean. This is the era for... I believe this is actually really the only era in which games were deliberately designed to be more obtuse to drive up strategy guide sales. Not as a presumptive, but as something that people have admitted to, in hindsight. The FF9 strategy guide was probably the peak of that. You'll notice they started backing off of that when the PS2 started coming to the foray. One down. Yes, I know, Zeal Knight. As doldrumy as they are. I even mentioned that earlier. I mean, I have to admit, I'm not a big fan of how long combat takes, but that was actually a pretty common problem in this entire era. I mean, FF9, hello? Although FF9 had much less encounters. Like, that was their attempt to accommodate that, was reducing the encounter rate. 7 was kind of weird. By virtue of being so low intensity, 7 was pretty quick in and out of combat. However, 7 still had way too high of an encounter rate. In fact, I believe, mathematically, it is the last of the FFs to have the standard encounter rate they invented back in, I think it was 2. It was 2 or 4, one of the two. I know several people who just couldn't deal with FF9. No judgment. 9 is problematic. It does several good things on the gameplay axis, but let's be clear, FF9's primary strength is its story axis. Yeah, FF9 has a pretty bad seconds and minutes problem. That's a good way to put that. I was going to say, FF8 arguably has a much darker intro. One of the first things that you do in FF8 is you, children, literal teenagers, go off to fight a battle that you were paid to fight. You're literally part of a PMC, for God's sakes. But yes, 9 feels a lot longer than it is. It's actually a relatively short game, as most of that era's RPGs were. It wasn't until... Oh gosh, I'm not even sure when exactly the FFs, or that is to say JRPGs, started getting long. We might be staring at it. Cross and Xenogears might be the two that really started pushing the envelope of length. I know that JRPGs had started getting long by the time 10 showed up. No, in the beginning of 7 you're a terrorist, Czar. Much different. Yeah, exactly, Zeal 9. I like 9, but it meanders on both axes, like I said. Gameplay is like get ready to fight, and then the fight's over. And again, pound for pound, 9 does even out, right? Like I said, there's less encounters, and you also get more out of encounters. In fact, 9 has a high density of boss fights, so a lot more manually crafted encounters than like some of the other FFs. But every one of those feel like did I stick this stupid thing? Yeah, 9 also has a fairly extended spin your wheels section around Ibsen's castle and the 4 elements. The 4 guardians, that is to say. Still a great game. I still love 9. That's how that works, right? We can only really bash something we love because we're sufficiently familiar with it. What is a silver loop? Improved hit percents. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, we don't actually get to fight any of the fiends other than Lich. Yeah, like I said, I think by FF10, the JRPGs had officially started being long. Like, I remember when we used to argue, like, you know, that FF4 was a long game. No. I mean, relative to the time it was, but FF4 is like a 20-hour game. Tops. Hi, Trihexia. 40, 60, 80, 100-hour JRPGs. That's a more recent invention. Yeah, FF6 was actually advertised as a 60-hour game. Bull crap. And of course, Chrono Trigger is infamously short. You could keep playing FF6. I've said many times that I think about 10 to 20 hours is my ideal RPG range, personally. Assuming quality, obviously. I've said it, I literally just said it yesterday. We just played a game that was only 13 hours long. It felt like it was 40. That's the thing that matters. How long the game feels is more important than how long the game is. I mean, hell, I actually really like Persona 5. That game is padded to hell and back. That game is way too long. Still a great game. Let me ambush him. Oh, there it is. Oh, come on! That was like right on him, too. Oh, whatever. I mean, one of the things Square has been consistent about ever since, I'd say, Rad Racer, yes, really, is pushing graphics at the expense of the game itself. There we go. And I think that really started to come ahead when they finally started having access to full 3D graphics, because their marketing department's all over it, and every single one of the people at Square constantly talks about the graphics, the graphics, the graphics, and it's the big thing everyone talks about. And that's been true since the PS1. In fact, how many of you remember when FF7 was coming out? This obviously I do, because I'm an old fogey. When FF7 was coming out, all of the adverts, every single one of them, especially the magazine ads, were all shots of the pre-rendered cinematic cutscenes. All of them. They didn't show gameplay. They didn't show what the game actually looked like. There's the mother. They just constantly showed how, oh my god, check out how cool this looks. Yeah, it was all the FMVs. And yeah, that I think we could point to as the official moment when Square started prioritizing graphics over everything. But don't mistake me, I think there's still good games that came out after FF7, obviously. But I think, this is just my opinion, and with obviously historical hindsight, 2020, yada yada, is that the overemphasis on graphics hurt the company as a whole. The FF14 1.0 was probably the peak of that, I would say. You remember that? When FF14 1.0 came out, they would not stop talking about how great their graphics were, to the detriment of the game. And yes, it led to the Spirits Within problem, and it led to the FF13 problem as well. Wait. So just attack? We don't have a lot of options at this level. Yeah, it was part of the marketing, how many polygons the models had. That's not even a joke. By the way, as a fresh reminder, this extra character is optional, so we could be doing this entire section with just us. Yeah, I remember, I had a pretty decent computer when FF14 1.0 came out, and I remember distinctly the opening cutscene playing so badly that I thought my computer was going to crash. You remember that? Leviathan going sploosh, right? Oh, okay. We're still doing fine. I'm just going to keep attacking, I guess. I keep waiting to see if I need to heal, and I keep not having to. Yeah, Xenogears actually predates this. So we finished Deathloop yesterday, Dawn. I noticed you didn't show up for the run. I thought you were mad at me because it wasn't reviewing very well. Either way, appreciate the sub. I'll put that towards Dealer's Choice, Ratchet & Clank 3, and something else. Figure that out. Let me jot that down really quick here. I mean, we have a category for the LGAs called Most Unexpectedly Bad Game for a reason. We also have Most Unexpectedly Good. It is my hope that one of the upcoming 3 games we're about to do will be most unexpectedly good for me. Level up, because we fought a boss. Komodo scale. Oh, shoo. We now have 3 Komodo scales. Let's get moving to Opatha Beach and wait for Lena. Okay. Yeah, I've made that mistake twice already, and I've played this game before. I've beaten this game before. So now that we've beaten a boss, we've reset our, like, stat-uppy thing. So we should get stat-ups even from fighting this. I'm not actually 100% sure if that's true, which is kind of why I'm testing here. But we did level up. That's the important part. We still miss at a 91% chance to hit. Yeah, something I'll talk about when we start up Xenogears. The opening cinematic of Xenogears is something that either shouldn't be in the game at all, or something that should be much later in the game, my opinion. And it's literally the first thing, because of the fact that Xenogears is actually part 5 of 5. Planned, for once. This isn't a Star Wars situation. It's not the kind of thing like where George is like, oh yeah, A New Hope was always episode 4. Bullcrap. We all know that Star Wars was originally supposed to be a standalone film. But we know, we actually have documents and receipts that show that Xenogears was supposed to be part 5. Oh, was it part 5 of 6? My bad, part 5 of 6, excuse me. Yeah, I'll talk more about that when we get there, because there's a whole story. Xenogears is wild. Xenogears has technically never been followed through on. And I say that's so strange, because it was intended to be a whole franchise, and then drama. I think we'll summarize that by saying drama. And so instead they made the sagas, and then they went off and effectively got picked up by Nintendo, and then they made the Blades. Ideas from the original design document are still in pretty much every game they've done, up to and including Xenoblade 3, which is the most recent one. But Gears is still owned by, like, Square over there, and Square has just been squatting on it ever since. So, rights issues, am I right? Yeah, we still haven't actually reached the payoff of whatever was being done there originally. Oh my god, Mr. Red. Fun of the day right there. Yeah, right squatters, that needs to not be a thing. If you don't do anything with a right for a while, you should lose the rights to it. Which is funny, because there actually is a rule about that. People just use asterisks to dovetail around it and say, no, we totally have intention to do something with Spider-Man. We swear. Yeah, Saga's a whole ball of wax. Honestly, the whole Xeno series as a whole, I actually agree with something my friend Pax said. They shouldn't have called Xenoblade Xenoblade. They should have just called it Monado. Right? Just commit to that. Who knows what they're working on now? There's some rumors that they're working on Xenoblade 4, but nothing concrete that I've seen. Ah. Oh my god. Yeah, there's a Fantastic Four movie that was made and never released. I have had the fortune of seeing parts of it. Only parts. Oh, there we go. It was never released for public distribution. In fact, it's actually illegal to distribute a copy of it. Because they only made it to secure the rights. Don't actually need to release the damn thing. Oh yeah, now the real leader's in charge. There you are. How did you get here? Sorry I'm late. Hope you didn't wait too long. Ashul? I didn't expect to see you here. So this is where you went off to. Me, Lineth here. How you doing? Oh, you two on a date? Sorry, me think we should leave you two alone. Oh, please, don't be silly. This is our girlfriend, by the way, to be very clear. This isn't, like, vague, like some games, like, oh, are they totally together? No, this is our girlfriend. Well, how'd it go? Did you get the Komodo grafting skills? Hell yeah, I did, baby. Beautiful. I'll be able to make a great necklace with these. Thank you, Serge. And you too, Pashul. No problem. Sure, it's been a long time since we last came here. We used to come here all the time. You know, we gotta recruit our wife to the party instead. Different person, by the way. The sea never changes, does it? It's been rolling in and out like this since long before we were born. It's been here for eternity, it seems. It's probably seen many things. Heard many things. It'll probably keep rolling in and out, after our lifetime, without a single change. Hey, Sarge. Remember we used to sit and talk like this when we were kids? With the gentle sea breeze and the tranquil sound of the waves. Just the two of us talking. You still remember that day? Of course I do. On that day, 4 years ago. Really? You do? So, Serge, you haven't forgotten about the promise we made that day? That makes me happy. Aren't memories strange? Just when you think you forgot about something, it comes floating back in your heart. I guess it's just lying there, waiting for that right moment. Why, we might even remember this very moment someday. In 10, 20 years when we're all grown up and married and have kids of our own. Then one day when that time comes, I wonder what kind of adults we'll be. What kind of life will I be leading? I wonder what to make of that day. We'll never forget this day. Foreshadowing is a literary device. I hope you're right. Serge, there's been something I've been wanting to... What? What's wrong, Serge? Serge? I hope I get the protector spell at some point. I can make the really lame joke about being a surge protector. So if you wonder what the Panther Demon has to do with anything, the answer is nothing. It's a holdover from one of the story threads that was crudely bolted on to Chrono Cross. I'm just going to get that out there right now, because one of the most common questions I hear is, what's up with the Panther Demon? And that's the answer. So, you mind if I share a little private anecdote here? Some of you, most of you, all of you, what are you doing out here, boy? It's dangerous to sleep out here. You alright, boy? What on earth are you doing lying down, anyway? For a second, I thought you might have been a dead body washed ashore. Huh? Where's Lena? You're the only one I saw when I got here. You friend of Lena's? I believe she's in the village babysitting. I best be on my way. Anyway, if you're looking for Lena, stop by the village. You know, you shouldn't be playing out here, boy. Wouldn't want anything to happen to you, too, now. Komodo dragon pet. Sergi Poo, you're finally up. Something went whoosh and me without cold, too. Me woke up first. Me went to take a rook around. No thing, no thign, no thign. Oh my god, this dialect of Lena anywhere. Do you think Lena spontaneously combusted? Me wonder if he's okay. Ah, she's fine. So, most of you probably don't remember. Oh, don't ask questions. There are so many not answered in this plot because they were never thought about. That's not presumption. 2 years ago, we had an interview from Kato, and he flat out admitted that he just did not think about half the plot points in this game. Anyway, so I started off my YouTube career more or less completely by accident. I was just randomly chatting about some stuff, and then I happened to be talking about MMOs because even back in the day, I was very well versed in MMOs. I actually understood a lot about how they worked, how they ran, and the infrastructure and the networking side of things. So cool, whatever. But then I got lucky with Mass Effect 3 and kind of really started pushing the YouTube thing in order to try and push more and more stuff out. And almost all of the stuff I did was just me chatting from memory about things. But one of the most common questions I kept getting from my viewership at the time was, how does this work? How does that work? Why is this way? Yada, yada, yada. People were asking for me to explain games that weren't super well explained. And almost all of those games were PS1 era JRPGs because a lot of these games had a combination of didn't explain it in the game, didn't really plan out what they were doing, and or localization issues. So for example, FF7, 8, and 9, I'll use 3 obvious examples, all have elements that aren't very well conveyed in the game proper. I mention all this because one of the biggest things I was asked to also discuss was Chrono to explain what the hell is going on in this game. Now, because this is still a review and functionally a lore run, I will go ahead and not spoil things in advance. But I will do my best to try and make this game make sense for anybody who still has questions about this game. It's a little bit late, I know. About 10 years late. But hopefully I'll be able to dissect this a little bit and line it up a bit, because this is what happens when you take 3 completely unconnected plots and crudely ram them into each other. No, Mr. Red. At least I don't think I did. You can check. Sure thing. So I'll summarize what's going on so far, okay? So, we woke up in our sleepy little village, which is currently functionally an occupied village. Our everyday life is fine, but the territory we exist in has been occupied by a foreign power, which is causing environmental damage in its search for resources, because humans are evil. So, here we are. We go down to the beach in order to get some Komodo scales, which is not super easy to do. Oh god, you're right, Playtable. It's just a theme, isn't it? Get the Komodo scales, talk to our girlfriend, and talk about the future and memories, and then something happens, and now we're heading back to the village. That's our roundup at the moment. You don't get the Chrono Cross until, like, God, like half an hour before the end of the game. It's pretty far in. Oh, right, thank you. Yeah, also we have a puppy, which is actually an optional party member, which I bothered to recruit. I do not promise in this playthrough to recruit every party member, because, again, there are 45 of them. And you literally can't recruit all of them in a single playthrough. I will try to recruit Kid as often as possible. And we'll probably get Guile on the party. Fan favorites. Gotta go with the classics. Yeah, some of them require an additional playthrough. This game does have New Game Plus. So, like, let's say I've got a choice, Mr. Red. I can go to the bakery to get donuts, or I can go to the ice cream shop to get ice cream. While I'm at the bakery, the sun explodes, and in a last-ditch attempt to escape, some woman named Teleportia walks up and is like, "Oh, I'll save you," and teleports us away. And so now we have Teleportia in the party. You obviously wouldn't meet Teleportia if you went to the ice cream shop. When you go to the ice cream shop, you instead see Temporia. And she's like, "Oh, I'll save you," and she pulls you back into the past before the sun exploded. So obviously you can't recruit both of them on the same playthrough. Don't do that. Sorry about the noise. I hate that noise. This is a real example. The fact that you have to ask that says something. That's another thing. Okay, so this does not affect the review. However, one of the biggest reasons I was pushed away from PS1 JRPGs in particular is because they were too anime. I don't have a nice way to phrase that, so I'm just going to call it like it is. It is, they're too anime. This makes perfect sense. The 90s here in the States were a really big time for anime becoming much, much, much bigger and much less niche. Same thing that was happening with video games. And so a lot of game developers and movie developers, just fiction in general, media, was starting to get more anime with a lot of its fiction because it was considered more acceptable instead of that weird Japanimation thing, right? So, a lot of these JRPGs are way more anime. I don't like anime. I don't like weird for weird's sake. I don't like quirky, zany, nonsensical stuff. And horrific grimdark. And often both. So I was pushed away from this particular era by that. As with all things, that leveled out a bit. But the PS1 era was a lot. It was a lot. So there'd be a negative for 45 plus character members. Possibly. Speaking of which, that's a good point. I haven't actually jotted down any positive negatives yet. So, what do you think about our new overworld song here? So, this is presumption, Mr. Red. But there was this issue. Japanese, even now, even as of this very minute, by the way, hi, Savacom, the Japanese have this very anti-foreigner thing. Now, that's crazy that anyone in any country in the world could be like, "Dem foreigners are the cause of all our problems." But the Japanese have a very strong anti-foreigner culture. They have for centuries. As a result, a lot of companies more or less refused to export things that were considered culturally Japanese for a pretty long time because it was Japanese. Now, there are obviously exceptions and things that filter through the cracks and blah, 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 blah. But when the economic downturn started happening after the massive Japanese economic crash of the 80s, a lot of people started getting a little bit more inclined towards, okay, sure, let's go ahead and start exporting stuff. And lo and behold, Japanese cultural stuff is pretty popular when it comes to food, when it comes to art, when it comes to video games, when it comes to movies, when it comes to shows, when it comes to books and manga, right? Oh yeah, there was also the trade war. I try not to talk about that too much because fuck Reagan. But anyways, so moving on. Let me go ahead and jot down some notes about this game really quick here. So far it's doing pretty well, honestly. The game, I mean. Probably helped by the fact that we're still firmly in the humans are evil plot. Let's go with... what's the name of the stupid town? Arnie. Honestly, if that's the price, Snake Eyes, I pay it gladly. I'm sorry, Don. Like I said, if you hate me, I understand. I accept. Really, I do. God, I was not expecting that game to be like that. Alright, I wrote down the dialect thing. I wrote down the FBC set. It wasn't... right, combat. Yeah, unexpectedly bad is what I would call Deathloop. I was excited. You remember, I was excited for that game. I was pumped. When it won the viewer's choice, I was like, yes, I finally get to play Deathloop. Very true, Off the Deep Run. I know, I should never be excited for a particular game. I should always walk in expecting doom and gloom, shouldn't I, Cat? Yes, doom and gloom. Let's see. I'm gonna write down something else. Can't remember what it is. This is it. Okay. I guess it's everything right now? Oh no, that was the other thing. I already mentioned that. I already mentioned that. Okay. Morganites, guys, this game is less than perfect. As always, I'd love to know why you love it. Not as an attack thing, not as, oh my god, what's wrong? No, I would legitimately like to know why you like it. Well, now, you're an Arnie. What brings you here to this quiet seaside village? There's not much excitement here, but please relax and stay a while. Okay. Oh, hi. You new here? Lena? I think she's on the pier babysitting. She should be on the first pier. Are you a friend of Lena's? Hey, stranger. Do you know what's popular amongst the village girls these days? A bracelet made from a rainbow shell. I want to get some for Kiki, but those shells are so hard to find. Oh no, Kiki might start liking Lolo. What do I do? Looks like it's going to be another scorcher today. It hasn't rained in quite a while. I don't know how much longer us old-timers can stand the heat. By the way, I wonder if those knights are still digging that hole. I don't know what those Termina knights are up to. I hear they're digging in Fossil Valley. I'm sure General Viper has a good reason, but why would they want to dig up a place like that? Have you heard anything about El Nido Triangle? Everyone says it's really creepy. Some say you can hear strange voices. Some even claim to have seen a huge glowing egg. I'm telling you, the adults are so superstitious. They try to act tough, but this stuff kind of scares them. just haven't been able to hit a big one lately, you know. Not really concerned about the money or profit. Just have this urge for a challenge. Come on, baby. I know you're out there. Give him some excitement. Give me a big catch. Alright, so, in case you're missing this, he didn't catch the fish. Triangle Place is more forbidden. It is the Viper Dragoons, I think, who are going after the fossils instead of the Nation of Poor. And it's a rainbow shell instead of whatever it was before. I think that's all the changes so far. Also, the Elder isn't here. There's a cat, though. Not you. You're a different cat. Who? Chill Pangolin? Oh yeah, right. It also has been hot recently and not raining, which is another difference. Thank you. Just pointing out all the differences. I do like how quietly they're portrayed. And one of the things I do like, this is actually very SNES RPG-y. A more modern game, I'd say one of the more modern Tales of games, or even like a Persona game, would have you walk into town, and there would be a cutscene, an uninteractive cutscene, where you're going around, and people would be saying all of the things that they just said, pretty much forcing that information down the player's throat. I prefer this method. I prefer having the NPCs in town saying slightly different things, and thus, I don't know, it just feels better. I don't think it's like objectively better. I don't think it's better in a review sense. It's just something I prefer. I like to wander around town and talk to NPCs. And I like being able to talk to this kid and see that that's changed, or talk to her and see that that's changed, or whatever. I feel more rewarded for bothering to pay attention, as opposed to, hey, did you happen to hear about the High Elves? Yeah, more video game, less movie. You know me. I'm pretty big on the gameplay axis. I think I'm the only reviewer in the entire universe who reviews RPGs and actually gives a crap about the gameplay axis. But I like my RPGs to have gameplay in them. Yeah, I've got controller right here. Let me press buttons. Anyways. So Morganite says, the world, the atmosphere, the music, and the story. I'm curious which story. And again, that sounds accusatory. Which story exactly? No, what I mean by that. Yeah, I play on controller. What I mean by that is there are two major stories in this game. One of which is the Humans Are Bastards story, and the other which is the connected to Chrono Trigger story. And they have very little to do with each other. You'll notice the connected to Trigger story hasn't even poked its head in. Not even once. Granted, we're only like 2 hours in, but still. The combat and growth system. Well, I obviously haven't seen enough about that to really judge that. Ask me again in like 8 hours, and I'll talk about that. Yeah, I found something really funny. I was double-checking myself on some factoids, because I did a lot of research for the Trigger plot of this game. You know, the complicated plot. Good night, Darkrai. Get some rest. Be well. And I noticed that almost every summary of the game, every review of the game, every story analysis of the game is like, okay, here's the events of the game. So there's the lead up to the game, then there's the scene we just saw, which I'm not going to explain, and then it like skips forward 40 hours, and it just completely skips over everything and goes directly towards the, pretty much the scene where we go to Chronopolis. And it's like, spoilers, there's a lot of stuff that happens before we go to Chronopolis. Anyways. Ooh, lag. Lena, so this is where you were. How could you just leave and go back on your own? Go back on my own? What are you talking about, Pashul? And who are you? Have we met somewhere before? Are you from Termina? Pashul? What are you saying, Lena? Hey, yeah, you. You're trying to pull any moves on our Lena, you jerk. Don't be silly. Don't go swimming out too far, you hear? Okay, gotcha. Kids. I guess kids will be kids. Don't worry about them. You know, you look a lot like the boy who used to live next door to me. What happened to him? What happened to him? Why do you want to know? It's really none of your business. To my knowledge, you can't, Sabakam. We can't recruit our girlfriend. That boy died. He drowned when he was very young. It was all 10 years ago. Soon after, his mother passed away, too. I was still very young back then, so I don't remember too well, but my mom says his name was Serge. That's nonsense. Why would I lie about something like that? I think I'm so cruel as to make something like that up? That boy, I guess I kinda liked him. If the boy were still alive today, I wonder what would have become of us. Hint, hint! Sure is weird. Why am I opening up to you like this? I guess there's no use thinking about the past. It's not like Serge is gonna come back. Mom always tells me I shouldn't dwell on a lost loved one. You can find his grave up on Cape Howell. Actually, why don't you visit the gravesite? No one's been up there in a while. I still have some chores to finish. Sorry I blew up at you like that. Goodbye, stranger. Okay. This is a game where your choices don't really change anything of substance. The main thing that your choices change in this game is who you recruit and which path you go down towards the thing, but you are very firmly on the rails. Narratively, even. Not just gameplay-wise. How's our money doing? How would I do a Chrono Trigger sequel? Ooh. Believe it or not, so someone asked earlier, I've surely got something on the chamber on that, right? No. I don't think Chrono Trigger should have a sequel. I know. Weird. But I kind of mean that. Chrono Trigger ended so conclusively and in such a satisfying way that I don't think it going forward is a good thing. Just let it be, right? Even FF6, I could see a sequel for because there's a whole lot of story that could still be told, and you could do a prequel. But Chrono Trigger, by its very nature, sort of resists both prequels and sequels. Yeah, I would rather do a proper remake of Chrono Trigger. And even that's not really necessary because the game is a very good game now. Usually the games that are, you know, in need of remakes, excuse me, are games that have something wrong with them, right? They're old tech, or they've got interface issues, or they've got rendering issues, or whatever, right? Let's go ahead and buy one of these, since I should probably at least have those. Yeah, Chrono Trigger doesn't need a sequel. That's rare for me to say, though. However, that is the real answer. That's the I have access to the holodeck and can make any video game I want answer. You're telling me I'm a producer at Square and someone's pointing a metaphorical gun to my head and saying, make a sequel, make the fucking sequel right now. I'm like, okay. Let's just all be calm. Let's just hands off this. Let's hands off, okay? Don't hurt the cat. Don't hurt the cat. Oh yeah, crafting is the thing. It's a major thing. I forgot about that. Honestly, not a huge fan of this interface. This is an extremely minor complaint, but for example, this ivory vest is worse than this ivory mail. How can I tell? Well, if I go to do ivory vest, there's an arrow pointing down. The problem is that arrow is green. Now, I know that's a very small nitpick, but color distinction is important when it comes to interface design. In fact, games that predate this game by this company had figured out color distinction. Is that blue? Yeah, it's in the middle of my screen, so it might be color distorted. Okay, that is blue, excuse me. It's even worse. Yeah, no, it should be red. It should be red because it's worse. Or even gray, which is another thing they've done. Yeah, blue should be up, or green should be up. This is again. I'm not trying to be too persnickety. It's just this is stuff they invented before this game came out. Words. Okay, let's go to the cape so we can look at our grave. So I am forced. I've got a gun right at my face. I've got the gun right there. Pull the trigger, Ross. Pull the trigger. Sorry. And I'm going to go ahead and make a sequel to Chrono Trigger. So I've never thought about that before. So I have to basically come up with something fresh right now. Let me think about this. Sorry, push-ups. If it makes you feel any better, a lot of people were disappointed to learn that. Frankly, myself included. Speaking as a long-time theory crafter. Like, even Chrono Trigger's story makes near perfect sense with one asterisk. There's one major problem in Chrono Trigger's story. And other than that, that plot is extremely tight. So, it was logical for me to just assume that Cross was in the same position. But actually sitting down, taking notes, cross-analyzing, it's like, oh. The asterisk is when you go back to 680 for the first time and Marl disappears. What happens there exactly is more asterisky than you'd think. But either way, it is the only blip in otherwise very self-cohesive time travel rules. Frog. 1080 is present, sorry. Antiquity? No, Antiquity is 12,000 BC. I forget what they call 600. Middle Ages? I mean, the reason that scene exists is so that the plot can happen. Like, let's just be honest about that. The reason that asterisk is, the reason that plot hole is there, is so that the party has a reason to engage in the plot. Yeah, exactly. If Marl disappears, Chrono doesn't go to meet her, and blah, 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 blah. So it is a because plot hole, and I will give it a negative when we get there. Enjoy it. It's one of the extremely few story negatives that Chrono Trigger will ever get. I should give that a quality of life positive. 1 second, please. Yep, Marl was stuck in a death loop. Okay, sequel to Chrono Trigger. Your stamina, Chill Pangolin. Oh yeah, we also now know at this exact point what the entity is in Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross. And it's not what I was theorizing on, so... So, spoilers for Chrono Trigger. I always figured the entity was Shala, but nope. The entity is the planet. See FF7 for another example of the same concept. Now, that might not have been true in Chrono Trigger, because Chrono Trigger was written by a different guy. But in Chrono Cross, the entity is the planet. The entity is the reason why Dinopolis is even here, for example. See, I don't mind spoiling something like that, because that doesn't mean anything to you if you don't know what those words mean. Out of context, spoilers are fine. There's an art form to that. So there's our grave. Some writing on the tombstone. R.I.P. Our beloved Surge died age 7. Nobody can take anything away from him, nor can anyone give anything to him. What came from the sea has returned to the sea. So you must be Surge, the ghost of the boy who died 10 years ago. It's... Hey! Don't move. Sorry, Junior, we have no business with your friends. We're just after you. Be a good boy and come with us. But Sir Karsh, do you think it's true that this chap is a ghost? Seems like a perfectly perfect young boy to me. That doesn't matter. We found the boy here just as he said we would, didn't we? Now seize him! Hold your seahorses. It's technically the main character, who is an optional character we don't have to recruit. Who the... Out of the way, Missy. You don't want to get hurt now, do you? Shut your trap. You're the one who'd better get out of the way. You have a problem? Do you have a shaking idea who you're dealing with, Missy? That's enough. Listen up, Junior. Our orders are to take you in. We don't want to hurt you. Just come with us. Or else, this axe of mine will have to do the talking. Crying out loud, would you just shut up and get on with it? I'm gonna kick your sorry asses so hard you'll kiss the moons. Fair enough. You leave us no choice. You'll regret this, Missy. Yeah, by the way, remember the fact that Surge doesn't talk. That's actually going to be a plot point later. So there's Karsh, salt, and pepper. Oh, I know the Fado. She's actually optional. I believe it's 3 total times. Hello, cat. Sir, his innately innate element color attribute is white. Right, that does it. Quick, attack him with the opposite element. Attribute color black. Oh, unfortunately, unfortunate. I don't have any, sir. You nincompoop. You should always carry elements of every color. How about you there? I'm shaking in my shoes to tell you this, sir, but I don't have any either. We'll have to let you, Sir Karsh, show us how it's done. Useless fools. Real men don't need magic when they fight with might. Uh-huh. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Blade of All, but here we are. Does it have to be an RPG, Ross? Does it have to count cross as existing? I mean, it's relevant because cross fundamentally changes the setting in several ways. Like, literally, the rules of time travel are different, among other things. Yeah, but again, like, CC changes the rules. It changes the world building. That's why I was asking. I wasn't going to involve time travel, believe it or not. If that is, I should ask, is that a mandate? Does time travel have to be in? Ooh, level up. Because I was a boss. Sir Karsh, I say we shake it out of here so we can live and fight another day. These aren't no ordinary brats we're dealing with. Damn cowards. Ugh. As for you, Missy, we won't forget this. Ooh, I'm so scared. I'll be happy to take you on any time. Think I'll lose to scum like you? Ah! You alright, mate? Surge. Your name's Surge, ain't it? Oh, me? My name's... I'm tempted to change it to, something else. I'm not gonna do that. Call me Kid. Nice to meet you. I just couldn't stand by and watch those blokes gang up on you like that. They just pissed the bloody hell out of me. Wish I could have beat them up some more. Why was that mob after you? Yeah, I wish Eva was here. She could explain what's going on with the portraits. I will admit I don't like the portraits in this game. Starts with an S, so but it's a very unique style, and I don't know what it is about it that just makes me go. It's better than Amani. What do you mean you never met him before, huh? Ah, forget it. Hey, Surge, how about you and me team up for a while? That Karsh fella ain't gonna just leave you alone, that's for sure. To tell you the truth, I'm new to these islands. Pretty lonely traveling around here on my own. So how about it? Yes, join my party. Like I said, we are not gonna skip Kid. Beauty, mate. That decides it then. We're real good mates now. Anyway, it'll be getting dark soon. I suggest we head for Arnie, shack up for the night. Do you know what shacking up means? Oh, and Serge, don't go trying any funny stuff just because I'm cute and all. So you do know what shacking up means. Yeah, where was our dog that whole fight? Oh, let's get our arses down to Termina. Where did we sleep? Oh, shoot, full speed ahead. Oh yeah, might nearly forgot. Let me give you this. It's a teleporter. Able to switch your party members from afar. It's basically mandatory for a game like this. All you have to do is, it's a pain in the arse to clean. Look it up in the menu. What's a voodoo doll? What? What are you doing in my house? My house ain't a playground for you kids, alright? Go play outside. Who are you, mister? This is the third Theopoo's house, isn't it? And where's Mama Third Theopoo? Huh? Who? Marge? Who the heck's that? I've lived in this house for 5 years now. Sorry, the name doesn't ring a bell. For 5 years? Is that true, mister? For Thule? That's really, really weird. Not really. Whatever with all your gibberish, man. Just get out of here. Where were you all night while we were sleeping in your house, then? Pray tell. Okay. Actually... Actually, no. Rather than that, let's put Aquabeam there. And let's make... yeah, let's put Fireball here. And then Electro Jolt there. As for her... Nope, nope, nope. I want you to have an even bigger Fireball. There we go. Is there an optimum button? There's not. It's another thing they figured out before this. Well, here you go, Pushul. I guess I could save the game. I'm not going to. I don't want to screw up my saves. So we'll keep using save states for now. Okay. Alright. Shoot, where are we going? I don't remember where we're supposed to go next. Hang on. Yes. Sir Surge would be happy if he visited his grave. Yes! Yes, he was very happy to visit his grave. Actually, hold on. Real quick. Sorry, one more thing, real quick. Wow, cat. What in the world is up with you, huh? What do you want? Now, it is lunchtime. So that's probably what you actually want. I know you don't care about me. You care about this food. Isn't that right? Nothing. Except for this. Dumb cat. Double check on disassemble. Okay, I was just checking something. Pretty sure it doesn't matter doing that now. Our excavation is nearly complete. Just stick to the low path and make your way through. We still have some more men working the high ground. Do not interfere with their work. Okay. I can handle that. Interfere with people doing work. Got it. I'm not ignoring your question, Ross. I'm just thinking about genre. Because I can think of several that would work. Yeah, not like I got anything else to think about right now. Yeah, we're gonna have to really talk about how we part and parcel out positives and negatives to the music. I know several people consider this one of the better gaming soundtracks ever, because Hiroki Miku, or not Hiroki, excuse me, Yasunori Mitsuda is very popular. Shake it. We can't just shake it on back to the manor like this. We failed our mission. It's awfully awful back there, Pepper. I want a rematch. By the way, do you remember what kind of outfit he was shaking? Just something justly like that, Pepper. 3, actually, Lord Harriman. We are currently capped on party members. Oh, you remember he looked like that, huh? Actually, it is him, Pepper. So you sure about that? Wonderfully wonderful timing, Pepper. Let's shake it. We're really going to shake it to you this time. Okay. Yeah, we've almost got our full party here. Brought a black element. Good work. Shake it up and attack him with it. Affirmatively affirmative. Oh, dearie dear. That was no black attack element you just used now, was it? It was a black element that makes your foe more susceptible to attacks of the opposite color. White, wasn't it? I'm afraid you're right. How terribly terrible. You did bring a white attack element with you, didn't you? If you didn't bring one with you, you're more than stupid than I thought. I'm awfully awful. I'm afraid I didn't, Pepper. Okay. You cannot, Ross. That is correct. I'm pretty sure you can't even get all of them in 2 playthroughs. But don't quote me on that part. There is a mechanic in the game where you can recruit, like, across playthroughs. It's weird. Yeah. How you liking this tutorialization? Yeah, it's Smaug and Ornstein, by the way. Because you didn't catch that. Or the reverse. Smaug and Ornstein are these two. Yeah, there's a lot of endings to this game. Some of them are interesting. I mean, they are actively here trying to attack kids out of just petty revenge. Which, if that sounds familiar, that was actually a plot point. Well, a plot point. A recurring point in FF8 as well. Probably Ross. I actually don't remember what carries forward in this one. We'll see. That counted as a boss, really? Wow. Retreat! I guess it makes sense. We were only star level 20 at the place I'm not going to name that we were at during the flash forward. So there's Termina. Wow, Bragwin. Don't you love that vindication? So there's Viper Manor. Oh, hey, look, it's the entire setting of Radical Dreamers. There's Shadow Forest. Is that it? Yeah. Yeah, by the way, if you're paying attention, that thing directly southeast of us, that is the spot we were at in the flash forward. Is Radical Dreamers even good? I mean, it's a text adventure, which is mildly interesting until it tries to crudely connect to Chrono Trigger, so... So I should probably mention, just for the sake of historical significance, that I know someone who put the game down in this town. I don't even remember why. I think they just were completely disengaged with the game. And I kind of get why. I don't mind the slow start. Really, I don't. But have you noticed there's not really much of a hook yet? The only hook is what's going on with us. And they're barely talking about that. Which makes sense considering that hook is part of the first main plot and not the second main plot. So they referenced it, and then we immediately go to the second main plot, and we're still focusing on the second main plot, which we haven't hit a hook for yet. Sorry, I'm totally out of the Bellflowers. There's a big ruckus down in Fossil Valley. Men from Dragoons were setting roadblocks down in the valley. I'll get some in a few days. Come back then. You have my sincerest apologies. I understand we are here to protect you as the Acacia Dragoons. Those knights should be done with their work shortly. Oh, it's alright. I can get my flowers from other places, too. Hi, Pernod Endred. Never mind that. I haven't seen Karsh around lately. How's he doing? Well, he said he was going ghost hunting down south. I'm just a private, so I do not know that for certain, but I heard a rumor that Lord Viper ordered him to go. Ghost? Now that is something. I just hope it's not a sign of a coming disaster. If you ever see him, give him my regards. I will do that, and I will be back, too. Their R's are, and we've even seen threads of both of them. Oh, did you hear that? Gosh, is that bastard we saw at the kite. That ghost he's hunting. Ain't that you, mate? So the Acacia Dragoon mob is behind this after all. Let's check this place out a bit more. Oh, there it goes. Wouldn't let me move. Who was that? Don't you know who they is? Ah, he must be one of the tourists here to see the festival. That boy is Glenn. A member of the Acacia Dragoons. Pretty popular with the people here. But it really surprises me to see that naughty little boy grown so mature. It makes me feel my age. Sigh. In's a hotspot for rogues, vagrants. I'm checking for anyone suspicious. By the way, these are the records of fate, these glowing triangle pyramid things. Just point it out. I know they're not literally a pyramid. I forget what that symbol is called. Look, I didn't do well in geometry. I don't know what you want from me. This is that singer Nikki everyone's been talking about. My dear, it looks like a girl. When I was younger, it was a luxury for even a girl to have any makeup on. Nowadays, even the boys are becoming glamorous. As long as it's trendy, I might as well go into the youngsters and show off my go-go dancing. Evil laughter. Well, I'll give you a hint. You see this person right here? This is the kind of thing I didn't start to notice until much more recently. You may or may not notice that they're not moving at all. That's because they're part of the background. They're not rendered there. Now, I didn't start noticing this until much more recently. But this was a common trick in the PS1 era to make more interactable objects be on the screen than like the PS1 could actually handle. So, yeah. What are you doing? So, yeah, some of them are literally part of the background. They're just drawn. And that way it doesn't actually have to load them. It just has to load the collision box and the interactable trigger, and that's it. Master Viper, I'm here to polish your statue again. Alright, all squeaky clean. It's got to be extra clean for the upcoming festivities. We folks come to see the Viper Festival. Harmon is so peaceful thanks to the watchful eye of our Master Viper. At times warm, at times strict, Master Viper watches over us always. But that said, of course, the real Master Viper resides in the manor, along with his Acacia Dragoons. If you allow me to brag a little bit, I was invited to the manor a while back. It's a magnificent place. If there was a heaven on earth, that would be it. The manor's beautiful, and its design incorporates the surrounding terrain to its advantage, making it an impenetrable fortress. On top of that, there are powerful soldiers standing guard in front of the main gates that can destroy any monster with one blow. Well, any upright citizen like myself might be invited to the manor's guard party, but not so for you folk. The most you'll get is a cold reception from the gate guards. Alright, that's settled. We gotta sneak into Viper Manor. You gotta find out what those Acacia Dragoons are up to, right? Why was Karsh trying to capture you? I've got some business there as well, so I'll go with you. How about it? Okay, let's go. It's the obvious choice, right? According to Grandpa here, this Vampire Manor's a bloody large place, which means it'll be easy to break into. There's gotta be more than one way in. If we don't plan this right, it'll cost us our lives. Me? Oh, I'm not waiting for anyone. I'm just too cool to hang with anyone else. And that's how the 6 great dragons sealed the dark evil and restored peace to the land. The end. Mama, do dragons really exist? Oh, silly. This is a fairy tale. Old people made it up. Mama Korcha says dragons still exist. Are you still playing with that boy? How many times have I told you to stay away from him? Besides, it's hocus pocus like that that's making Goldo so remote to us on the island. Where in the world is there such a thing as a dragon tier? By the way, the dragon tier is actually the single most important plot element in the entire game. That's not a joke. I'm sorry, Mama, but Korcha's stories are fun to listen to. The story he told everyone about Master Viper's Manor was so scary. No buts. Anything that boy says is a flat-out lie. Any child that believes in such nonsense is not a child of this family. No way, I belong to this family. There, you're not going to get better if you don't listen to me. If you promise you won't play with Korcha anymore, I'll tell you another story. I promise. Please tell me the next story. Let's see, what should I read you next? Oh, my sword fell into this poor old woman. Oh, man, I'm so sorry. Anyways, bye. Look around. Flowers decorate the town when the festival comes. Don't you think it's romantic to have the whole town filled with flowers? It's our way of showing our gratitude towards Master Viper. We really are thankful to Master Viper for our town's peace. Oh, you silly boy, that's your right, isn't it? My bad. Grandma keeps waiting for her grandson to come back. She always tells me stories about him, but we don't know where he is. If you ever meet him, please tell him Grandma's waiting for him. His name was Skelly, I think. Yes, who might you be? Grandmother travelers were passing through. Oh, so sorry. My eyes have become really weak in my old age. I thought my grandson had come back. My grandson was such a cute boy. Plump, cheerful, and loved to make people laugh. So the boy joined the circus to become a clown. The first few years he wrote letters to me almost daily. I always said how gratifying the work was, although it was very challenging. One day his letters suddenly stopped coming. I haven't heard from him since. Hope it wasn't in an accident or something. I just pray I might see his cheerful face one more time before the heavens come and claim my soul. Yeah, this... Let's see, I'm looking for a useful element. Even for dragoons like us who train daily, element selection is crucial. One selection can make or break your advantage in battle. That's why it's so hard to choose. There's so many I can't decide which one. Mom said you can only have one because you're still a child. Grown-ups have all the fun. They get to mess with all the elements and we don't. Ugh, excuse me. Okay, what colors don't we have right now? I don't think we have any greens. I know we've got blues. We've only got one yellow. How's our money? We're doing okay. Let's just make sure we have a little bit of everything right now. So we have options. There's actually one feature about this game I will give a positive. Believe it or not. We have crossed all the Chronos, Noctis. Technically, that's not actually a lie, but I cannot elaborate. Just the other day, I went on my usual trip to the Shadow Forest to gather wild plants. Believe it or not, I found a rare blue-tip mushroom. How about that? Do you envy me? Yes. I thought so. To begin with, this mushroom only sprouts one day out of the year. See you around, Defato. Oh, I'm going to tell you a big secret. Deep inside the forest is a very large tree. This tree has a big hole in it. This hole leads to an underground waterway, which is the perfect place for rare mushrooms to grow. If you go deeper, you'll end up in Master Viper's manor. Does that surprise you? Master Viper must also gather mushrooms in his spare time. He's a great man. He understands how to appreciate mushrooms. What a wonderful lord he is. He is a good guy. Who names their kid Viper? Imagine they having a child be like, I shall name this child Viper, because I just know they're going to be a supervillain someday. I've been fired from my job and I'm really strapped for cash. Have you heard about this thing called the Frozen Flame? What's the Frozen Flame? Well, you haven't heard? I was going to keep it secret, but I'll make an exception for you. The Frozen Flame is the treasure of treasures. It's the ultimate treasure in this world. It's rumored that the notorious thieves, the radical dreamers, are after it, but that thing is mine. One day I'll get my hands on it and become the richest man in the universe. That's my Terminian dream. Alright, one more toast to my bright future. This guy thinks the Frozen Flame is some kind of jewel or something. I'd say things aren't that easy. It's probably a monster. Once you gaze at it, boom! You're done. Like steak on a barbecue. Well, you're free to dream, but daily work's always the best. Nothing beats hard work and dedication. I saw Miss Riddle visiting the shrines again. She made a darling couple with her childhood sweetheart, Dario. Ah, it's such a pity he died so young. They say beautiful women rarely find happiness. How about me? Do I look happy? You look unhappy. Do I? Well, thank you. Although I know it's just flattery. Ever since Dario died, one of the chairs for the 4 divas. I just remembered this second that the divas even exist. God. Of the Acacia Dragoons is vacant. Sir Viper is said to be looking for candidates, yet I can't foresee anyone who can match the caliber of the great knight Dario. If only I were a little younger. Oh, hey. It's mages. Okay, let's get this out of the way. Let's just talk about this really quick, okay? So, Guile predates the connection of him being mages, alright? And then, when they later on started adjusting the plot to graft Chrono Trigger onto it, they wanted to have mages be a major role, because one of the major dangling plot threads of Chrono Trigger is the final fate of Magus Shala. So they made this character, this mysterious character who can innately cast magic, mwahaha, who's searching for someone important to him, and it's totally him, right? It's him. It's Giannis, if you prefer. But then they were like, we don't like that idea. So for whatever reason, and I've never been able to figure out why, they changed their mind on it. It's worth noting the interviews and the Ultimania disagree on this point. So obviously there was some kind of argument in the office about whether or not Guile here is Magus or not, because it was and also was not intended to be. Because it wasn't, and then it was, and then it wasn't, and then it was, in that order. That's not a joke. Now, when Chrono Trigger on the DS came out and the Chrono Cross Remaster came out, both of those added more hints that this is in fact Magus, because that's what they're going with as the current canon. But when this game came out, he wasn't. Anyways, so I'm going to treat him like he's Guile, and not Magus, because that is the canon as of the version of the game that we're playing. I'm having a certain bet with the fortune teller by the bridge. If I can bring the item of proof from the manor within a week, I'll win. If I cannot, I'll lose, but as there is a trick behind any mysterious magic, there is no such thing as an impregnable fortress in this world. A toast to my coming victory. So you have business at the manor as well. Interesting. Gambling's a lot more interesting with higher stakes. What we need right now is a seasoned sailor and a sturdy boat to cross rough waters. If you can find one, leave the rest to me. I will guide you to Viper Manor. Sure. Guile enigmatically joined your party. Cool. Unfortunately, not Magus doesn't fit. Correct for us. As long as we play the SNES version. By the way, one nice thing about the fact that you have party levels instead of character levels is you can just swap people. It doesn't matter who you swap in. Obviously, it changes elements and gear, but they're always your level, because there's only party level. Welcome to the Dragon's Tail. No tabs or brawls. You're travelers, aren't you? That's okay, I can tell by the way you look. What do you think of Termina? This port town just loves travelers. I love this town and all its people, whether residents or travelers. One more order of squid gut pasta. More? That's all you eat. Pass some of the other dishes, will you? The better tasting it is, the faster I eat it up. Jeez. Right, we were in the middle of a good conversation. I don't know, Ross. I believe there are... So, okay, yes, there are several characters who are mechanically way better than others. But we'll end up using Harley. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Because she's the most story-significant character who isn't Kid. And that's pretty much going to be our party, is, you know, Surge, Kid, and Harley. I don't actually remember how good Harley's gameplay was. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I actually forgot about that. Yeah, I noticed Guile has the same movement animation that Magus does. What are you looking at? I'm working here. I'm working here. I'm working here. You're not working. What'd you just say? Maybe I don't get it, but I'm here to oversee these demi-humans. These guys slack off if you don't watch them carefully. Racism! Or I guess speciesism. I am not using a walkthrough. Although I'm guessing that at some point in this playthrough... In fact, I'm going to go and say with total certainty I will need a walkthrough at some point. The question is, how far into the game will I get before I feel the need to look something up? At the absolute latest... I'll need to look up the last boss. So I can't do that without a walkthrough. Hell, I had trouble doing that with a walkthrough. As you gaze at the sea all day long, one starts to wonder where the sea ends and I start. Try to live my way, but maybe I've just been drifting along, trapped in the ebb and flow of the ocean's tides. Wouldn't you agree? How could I forget? She already returned to the Great Sea. Yep. Death. Darkness. Misery. Depression. Sorry. Authorized personal only. Okay, fine. I hope we don't cheat. But the game gets pretty mean very late into it, so we'll see. I didn't cheat last time. I didn't have cheats last time. Like, they didn't exist. I didn't get my Game Shark until... oh gosh. Like 2005, I want to say. Somewhere around there. I've heard rumors our sweet Nikki is missing. He couldn't have left me for another girl. How could you? How awful of you, Nikki. I'm gonna be Nikki's honey bun. Then I'll make lots and lots of mud pies for him to eat. Gross. Shares off limits. Non-staff members keep out. How many drugs is that person on? Well... what if Miki's alright by herself? Yeah, probably. We're the twin backup dancers. I'm you and she's me. We're just stage support for Nikki and Miki, but someday we're going to take lead on stage. When will such a day ever come? Well, I've got good news. So Lord Haramont asks a valid question. I think the answer to that is a very firm yes. Because unlike, say, FF6, dialogue actually changes in this game based on who you bring, like, say, FF7. Me like working, but work all day tiring, need rest. When me rest, overseer mad. Me have hard time. Yep, don't take breaks, work yourself to the bone. Remember, humans are the real bastards. I'm dead serious. You notice it's already poked its head into the narrative. Hang on. I'm going to say 5 times, as of now. We are not that far into the game. Ah, you folks are mighty anxious. Sorry, it'll be just a bit longer. I'll have these hot-baked Viper churros ready in a jiffy. What's that? You don't know what Viper churros are? First, grind down Hecarim bone, add water from the Water Dragon Isle, then wrap them with Biba skin. Add some sugar and spices, get steaming coals from Mount Pyre, and then add the famed Dragon's Glory. That sounds like a lot of steps for a churro. You're right, I forgot that the Idiot Brigade literally kicked the dog. 6 times. Who might you be? Fortunes be good, fortunes be bad. Anything from reading your destiny to searching for the missing. Do you wish your fortune to be read? Surge, I guess. This is interesting. You're not dead or anything, are you? Has anybody called you back from the great beyond? You might be the key to the destruction of the entire planet. I can't say for sure, but fate seems to have a great task for you. Careful now, my boy. Hey, Surge, that's nothing but rubbish. Yes! Definitely nothing but rubbish. Wink, wink. You there. In your eyes I perceive the look of beauty and the look of beast. Be mindful not to bring about your own end, my dear. A dream lies in wait, reaching out to engulf you. Sorry, Mom, I don't believe in fortune-telling at all. I make my own way for my own future by myself. No, you don't. Classy, you should listen to your elder's advice. I don't give a damn. Let's go, Surge. Who would like a reading? How about totally not mages? Sir Guile, how was it? Did you find the item? Ma'am, do not rush me so. The deadline is not yet upon us. I'll be going now. Words. My victory is only a matter of time. It's in the dining room of the manor, but you'll never reach it. Hello there, come to see for yourself. This is the prize of all prizes. Rare catch, a live mermaid. This is what you call a real treasure. Remember that, kids. Unfortunately, this one isn't for sale. She's my most valuable item. Isn't that a person? So what do you think? This isn't some stuffed animal or anything. She's really alive. Her pure clear skin, like made from crystal. Her gem-like eyes. She's the ultimate collector's item. Nature's creations are great. Such a beautiful thing. Is this thing real life? Hey, come on. Look over this way. Oh, how beautiful she is. Ouch. Hey, you. You think this is really fun? How would you feel if you were trapped in a tank like that? You'd stare at it every day, huh? Yikes, it's Gorcha. Run. Gorcha, not you again. Don't go bothering my customers. There's no place for the likes of you. Just leave now. Shut up. What customers? You're selling a bunch of bull. Why didn't you keep the tank uncovered when I showed up? Hey, everyone, the shop's a bunch of baloney. Shut your mouth. Don't say such ridiculous things. Get back to your demi-human friends. I won't take that from a sleazebag like you. Hey, you guys, you're not from around here, huh? Don't you wander around too much or you're gonna get burned. Watch your back. That's Korcha. He's from Goldove. Wonder why he hangs out in Terminal all the time. You shouldn't mess with the likes of him, I tell you. He's nothing but trouble. Alright. I should jot down some notes. Hang on. Actually, yeah, played it all. Now that you say that. Less nausea-inducing, so that's nice. Okay, sorry about that. I overslept, and the corner's the only place home. Make things worse, the shrines are just past this point. They're called shrines, but they're really just a bunch of graves. I feel uneasy. It's rumored a possessed giant and a girl live in the shack near the shrine. Well, Big Bro's got a great place to open shop. That spot's ideal for roadside merchants like us. Oops, no time to lose. Gotta hurry and get myself back. Please come back later. No promises. What business brings you here? There are only shrines here. You shouldn't disturb the resting place of the brave who fought valiantly. There's no place for outsiders to roam around. I don't mean to be harsh, but if you have no business here, leave now. I have business here. I have all the business here. There's NPCs I haven't talked to. That's business enough for me. So she was out of flowers. That is unfortunate. Let us pray without any flowers for today. Father, brother. Such a mystery. This sword never rusts, even when left in the rain. It seems as if the souls of its masters live with it. Do you not think so, Glenn? Yes. I've engraved in my memory the lives of my father and brother, who had wielded the sacred sword, Einlancer. Let us hope that is true. What do you mean by that? Miss Riddell, I cannot even allow you to... Do you not think there is something odd about the dragoons as of late? Daddy's face shows such anguish. Even Karsh was saying he sent on a ghost hunt. Miss Riddell. Everyone's been acting oddly ever since that beastly guest arrived at the manor. As you know, your name is Savika. Glenn promised me to always keep the unclouded truth in sight. Do not be swayed by the masses. The splendor of the Einlancer must not be tarnished. God damn it! Ugh. Must not be tarnished, as you wish. Oh, forgive me. I just found it a little awkward to hear you say such words. Miss Riddell, a chill wind has risen. Shall we return to the manor? Yes, of course. Yeah, come on, not Glenn. Wrong time period, anyways. Okay, so I have a... Wait, hang on. Let me wait for the cutscene to actually finish. Okay. Wow. Spam from Xfinity. There's a fun one. I don't have Xfinity, so I don't want to hear it. Literally. A moment. Anyways. Right. I didn't want to jot that down. Let's go with a single. Yeah, let's go with single. So... Beneath the sacred sword, the warriors lie. The 13th Acacia Dragoon Grandmaster Garai and the 14th Acacia Dragoon Grandmaster Dario. Alright. I want you to, everyone in chat, to do a thought exercise with me, okay? Is that cool? I want you to imagine for a moment that you've been playing this game for 3 hours and 28 minutes, okay? Now, I want you to then, as of this exact moment in time, ask yourself, does this feel like it has anything at all to do with Chrono Trigger? Hello, Evo. I suppose it would also help if you had also played Chrono Trigger. But the answer to this question is no. This is why I think this game will actually score better than I remember, because, frankly, almost all of the negatives that I remember from this game have to do with its crude connection to Chrono Trigger. You'll notice there's a whole other game here, with other plots and villains and threats and themes and things that have nothing to do with Chrono Trigger at all, right? And, oh, by the way, just like to put this into perspective, you know that town you start in Chrono Trigger? Actually, don't even remember the name of it. Truce? I want to say Truce Town or something like that. Well, if you were to go off the coast of Truce by a few miles, you'd find this location. That's where we are right now. We're in an archipelago off the coast of the starting area of Chrono Trigger. But you wouldn't know that, because nothing indicates that. The only thing that's really been referential is a single reference to Poor. And even that was a very throwaway line. That could honestly just be a similar name, frankly, not even like a direct reference, because they're talking about the military nation of Por, which has nothing to do at all with how Por was portrayed back in CT. That guy rushed and hid as soon as I got there. It was a hilarious sight. Yeah, that's great. Oops, I got customers. Sorry, I'll get you some big fish next time you come by. Alright, Korcha, but is it really going to be big this time? You'll never catch small fry. Your boating skills are first class, but your fishing skills suck. Ah, shut up. See ya. Oh, it's you guys. You're tourists, right? The festival's a waste of time. My name's Korcha. I'm here from Goldove, working as a ferryman. I can take you anywhere with this boat. I take money, but don't worry, it's not that much. My boating skills are quite famous around here. I guarantee a comfortable ride. Hey you, we want to get to Viper Manor. Can you take us there? Viper Manor? What you gonna do in that place? You gonna go steal treasure from the vaults or something? Don't go snooping into your customers' privacy. You gonna take us there what? As long as you pay me, I'll take you any way you want. Just I don't know how to get to the manor. You want to get there, bring someone who does. I shall guide you there. You sure we can get back into a place like that? Yes, trust me. All you need to do is prepare the boat. You got it. But it'll cost you 100 gold. Done. 1999 or 2000, depending on how you count it, Evo. Come on, get on board. It's a little tight with the four of us, but it'll be a short trip. Don't you worry about a thing. So, okay, I obviously am not a huge fan of this game, but I'd say this game blows Gothic out of the water. And that's why when I kept talking about the enjoyability of Gothic relative to other RPGs at the time, I kept emphasizing PC RPGs. Because PC RPGs were in a very different space in the year 2000 than you know, the console RPGs were, which had started figuring out their game design stuff in like 94. Time-traveling vampire slaying. Wow, it's Korch's boat. It's an interesting way to phrase it, Savacom, but I will agree that So we're kind of running into two problems here. The first is that this particular writer's writing style is very, Evo would know the word, stream of consciousness, I think is what it's called. Don't you think it's pretty dangerous? Indeed. We'll make it. You sound confident. Alright, let's get our arses in gear. Anyways, I forget what it's called, but it's when you don't really... You don't have structure to your writing. In fact, you don't do things deliberately in your writing. You just write the next thing that comes to mind. Now, that's not an inherently bad thing, to be very clear. I've seen plenty of writers who can do really good stuff like that. And I'm not saying this is a bad story. I'm just saying that's very much the style of what is going on here. Begin stone toss. Wow, that guy is really strong. Oh, here, hang on. Let me show her the character portraits. There you go. There's our character portraits. I bring that up, though, because you'll notice that there is no real structure to the story so far. Not the CT stuff, the second stuff, the humans are bastards plot. We're just kind of roaming around and we head into town. Like, if you mentally divorce yourself from the events of the game for a second, we're on man, and ignore the plot happening, you know, where like, I'm trying not to say this, I'm trying not to spoil this, where everyone stops recognizing us. Honestly, if you just kind of skip over that beat, which you notice the game has done, hasn't even mentioned it since it happened, then all that happens is we're there doing our little everyday, we're part of the village beat, and then we run into Kid because someone's trying to find us. So we go ahead and go with Kid to town, and once we get to town, we find out that we want to get into Viper Mansion. So we go find. There's actually two separate ways to get into Viper Mansion. And once you get into Viper Mansion, there's this hints that something's going on with the local Nord and how he's been evil lately. And all of this sounds pretty much like, Act 1, your starter adventure, right? Which is fine. It's worth noting. There's nothing wrong with that. But I have to admit, I'm also pretty disengaged with the specifics of the events that are happening here. I honestly forgot there even were the divas. That actually amuses me. So, let's talk structure for a second. I'll look at Chrono Trigger and FF6. I think that's a fair comparison point. Let's look at the first hour of both games. In Chrono Trigger, what happens is, all right, you wake up, there's a fair going on, you have an inordinate amount of optional content you can do, which some people don't even know exists, but the game directs you to go to the fair. Once you go to the fair, you meet some girl who's just hanging out there. She's like, hey, let's hang out. You can do some mini games. You can play around some stuff. Oh, your best friend is actually working on one of her weird, crazy inventions that usually fail. You go find her invention, and then something weird happens, and then you're in a canyon. You have no idea what's going on. So you evacuate the canyon, fighting your way out from monsters in the canyon, and you go out, and you're in the town, but everything looks wrong and weird. When you go in and actually talk to the NPCs in the town, they start talking about this giant war they're in the middle of. If you talk to the NPCs in the present, they all talked about how it was a celebration of them defeating this villain during this great war. And yeah, there is this hook of, oh, okay. And obviously time travel isn't a big spoiler for Chrono Trigger, but still, even if you knew nothing about the game whatsoever, if you just picked up the game and started playing there's several hooks very, very, very early on. Relatively quickly, they talk about how Queen Lean went missing, but they found her recently. In fact, they found her in the place you just came out of. Oh, okay. So you go to the castle to talk to her, and she's like, hi, and you go up and talk to her, and she vanishes. Plot hole, we're moving on. You go to the first dungeon, you fight a dude, you save the actual Queen Lean. Marl comes back, we're back to the present, everything's cool. Whew, breather section. Another section where you can do a bunch of optional stuff. You go forward back to the castle to meet up to bring Marl back home. Immediately get thrown into prison. Have a mock sham trial where the game actually judges you for stuff you did back in the square, which is awesome, by the way. Then you either have a dungeon or like half of a dungeon, depending on your choices. Finally, manage to escape, and as you're desperately fleeing, you see a time portal, and you're like, screw it. You walk in, and then you're in this strange, bleak, alien place with a completely different color palette and no music. And when you walk outside, there is this endless blizzard and bleak, depressing music. It's perfect. It is a perfect moment. And you notice it's another hook. Now I'm going to stop here because this feels like another hour-ish of gameplay, maybe 2 hours, 3 hours, because it depends on how fast you're playing the game. But that's the intro, right? That's the intro of Chrono Trigger. I actually personally argue that hitting 2300 AD for the first time is the terminus point of the intro in Chrono Trigger. You could argue that. There are other... It's always debatable when an intro actually ends in an RPG. But that's my personal take on it. That's the official no really end point. So, FF6. You start off with narration. Now, that's usually considered a mistake, but the narration is very brief and very to the point. There used to be magic. There isn't. Everything is kind of in a dark state because there's this empire which is off conquering. Okay, boom. That's it. That's the narration. Then we see two Magitech soldiers talk along with a third party member who doesn't say anything. That's kind of strange. After a while, the two gold soldiers talking to each other exposit in their conversation that she is someone who is under mind control. Okay, so these are the bad guys. Even if we didn't know anything else, we can convey that just based on this. I could see that too, Ross. We then go through Narsh and bulldoze and destroy everything effortlessly, which obviously is kind of a tutorial, but also serves a narrative function. It shows just how hilariously outclassed these people are, that 3 people in armor are bulldozing them that hard. Fight a boss, tutorial boss, we're walking. And then we see this giant creature, which we're not even sure what exactly it is, but it destroys the other 2 soldiers and breaks the armor. We wake up with no memory of who we are. Huh? Yeah, Narch is one of the biggest, right up there with Figaro, in terms of the various nations in the world. So, okay, we've got to run because the soldiers of Narch are desperately trying to find us, probably because we just bulldozed through here. She has no memory of that, but of course, we do. We flee, we have a brief flashback, we're introduced to Celeste and Leo and Gestalt and Kefka, and then we switch to playing as Locke. We've desperately got to save this girl, she's in trouble, rush up, do the battle sequence, try to get away, get a bit of backstory for Locke. We've got to get down to Figaro, we've got allies down there, it'll work out. We're in south, we hit Figaro, and once again, it's if you're paying attention, it's very similar to the overall structure of what was happening over in Chrono Trigger. Even though these are written by 2 different people under 2 different circumstances, you can feel how there's someone has built plot points, character points, and world building points, and used those building blocks to build up as the story is progressing. This is a terrible metaphor, but I hope you at least partially understand what I'm talking about. Now let's look at Chrono Cross. Let's ignore the moment where the plot shows up, because Lord knows the game is. So, for the first 3 hours, what we did is we're living in town, and we've got our girlfriend, and we really want to impress her. So we go off to fight some things, and we successfully beat them and their mama in order to get the things, in order to get her the necklace. Then, skip over the plot, and then we end up getting in trouble with the local guard, defeat them, and then group up with Kid, which is optional, by the way. It's like, okay, well, shoot. All right, now what? I guess we could go figure out what's going on with this. And the game doesn't actually give, if you're paying attention, the game doesn't give you any direction at that point. It's just, well, we're in a group now, let's go. I went to Termina, because I've played this game before. And that's the next town. We see several people. We see Glenn, who's talking about, if only the divas were as honorable as they used to be. And we see Guile, who's like, I've got one of the ways into Viper Mansion. We also talked to the Mushroom guy, who also had a way into Viper Mansion. So the game is clearly expositing you need to go to Viper Mansion. But really, we don't have a big reason why. Our actual narrative reason for going to Viper Mansion is so that Guile can win a bet. And then we're here. We've basically caught up. Now, I will give the game credit. The background lore has pretty consistently exposited the fact that humans are bastards. The theme is enmeshed everywhere. Some would argue it's a little bit too saturated, because the game will constantly... I've heard people complain about this for years. Chrono Cross will constantly beat you over the head with the fact that humans are bastards. It is a non-stop narrative thread. But otherwise, that's it. There's no structure here. And this is what I mean when I say stream of consciousness writing. Stuff just is happening. I know why I'm going to Viper Mansion, but I've played this game before. At the time, going through this for the first time, why are we doing this? What is the point and benefit of this? Yeah, no, and everyone in town is just like, Like, that's the general vibe, which sort of makes sense. There actually is legitimately an in-canon reason why everyone in El Nido, in the archipelago, is like, If you're paying attention, we already know why. I'll just give this away to you. The records of fate tell people what to do daily. So imagine waking up in the morning, going to talk to one of those simplex pyramid thing, whatever they were called, and it says, this is your job for today, and then that's your life, is you just do whatever the artifact-y thing tells you to do. So it's not like it doesn't make sense, but the whole game is just kind of so far. Having said that, I'm not sure. When does the intro end in this game? I would argue we've already left the intro. Any other thoughts on that? You have to be an asshole today. Huh. Okay. God damn it, Blade 12. Are we push-ups? Oh, God. You might be right. Because it's I'm trying to put this into perspective, because remember, we can get to this point of the game without having recruited Guile and without having recruited Kid. And I'm trying to picture like what the game does to get you to Viper Mansion without having recruited anybody. Yeah, Majora's Mask ended he. Think about it. I'm kidding, actually. Majora's Mask actually has a really defined end of intro. No, I don't think there's a game where the whole game is intro. Um Yeah, I'm trying to think what the game does to get you to Viper Man. Does anyone know? Legitimate question. I did the first time I played this, I didn't have a walkthrough. I only pulled up a game fact when I was going after the final boss. Um hmm. All right, whatever. Moving on. Come on. There we go. I need to get into battle just to heal at this point. Yeah, I can't imagine being at this point of the game and having not recruited Kid. Yeah, we're pretty low on health, so let's push through these really quick. Listen, Savacom, you're going to rob this person's lunch, and you're going to like it. Because that is objectively the correct choice. Actually, yeah, Blade-to-Hole. Which is doubly funny because it's probably unintentional. So I've been meaning to ask, Blade-to-Hole, since you've seen parts of the game that, you know, aren't vanilla, how FF11y does this feel so far? I believe you push-ups. I have only played this game once. I have studied this game quite a bit, but all the stuff I've studied has nothing to do with the first 30 hours of the game. Because nobody talks about the first 30 hours of the game. Why did we not heal Kid? Remind me to show something off the next boss fight we get to, by the way. I do actually like the visuals. Eva, what do you think of the visuals? I think they use color well. I think they are distinct for the most part. I think that Kid is on the verge of death. Don't die, Kid. I love how our resident mage has no spells, but... good for the era. Yeah. Okay, so hang on. Let's go ahead and cure this. Yeah. Yeah, everyone praises the soundtrack of this game. Everyone except me. And I have been mocked and belittled for that for years. I noticed you skipped a console there, Mook. I was about to take umbrage at that until I noticed that you skipped that console. I have seen NES games that look good, but I will admit they're in the minority. SNES, Mook. Oh, of course I'm familiar with the Totally Not FF6 demo they made. The tech demo is what it was. And it was the lead-in to the engine they used for FF7. Name a non-Mega Man NES game that looks good. That is harder. That is legitimately more difficult. I was just thinking about Mario Brothers 3. I would also go so far as to add Kirby's Adventure to that, which was relatively far into the NES's life cycle and looks legit to this day. So that brings us up to 2 that are not Mega Man. I'll give you FF3. Even though FF3 is mostly just FF1 with a polishing pass, it's still... they do some good stuff with it. Yeah, I mentioned that phenomenon earlier, Metroid Hatchling. Someone was asking me why PS1 JRPGs are like the beloved RPGs. And I think it's because... I shouldn't say I think, I know. It's because this was an era in which a lot of people were getting introduced to gaming for the very first time. In general. Plus getting introduced to RPGs in specific. So a lot of people had their first RPG in the PS1 and early PS2 era. I bet you there's at least a few people in chat right now who could attest to that. Anything between, say, 97 and, like, 2002, give or take? Any hands? No judgment, obviously. My first RPG was Final Fantasy I and or Dragon Quest I. Those games kind of suck. But I bet you there's at least a few people in chat right here who their first RPG was in that range. Let's go ahead and get some elements on Dial so we can do something here. Let's get green on him. We don't have any green, so that's 2 and up. Can I sort these? Nope. Really? That sucks. He has a weird grid, too. Look at that. 1, 1, 2. Actually, yeah, Blitchfall. Exactly right. Using the FFs as an example, I would argue that the FFs didn't start to figure out what they were doing until 10.2. And didn't figure out what they were doing until 12. And 12 is a very problematic game. Okay, let's do... Yeah, I know Ross, if he was here, his first was 10. At least I think it was 10. There is an auto-allocate. Let's see what that does. So that gave us tablet... Tablet, heal, magma bomb, and... whatever that is. When did WoW figure out what it was doing? Which time, Colgrim? There's a reason we keep saying we've already had WoW 2. And 3. It's because we have. I should give him 1 blue. So we've got... No! God damn it, this... I would say... I mean, I was going to say first RPG, period, Ross. But you can say first JRPG if you prefer. Legend of Dragoon. Yep, that's right in that slot list. Good game. I was surprised, honestly. Don't let Blue Alex hear that. I was surprised how good Legend of Dragoon was. That impressed me. So that's a level 3. Sorry, I should explain something. So if you look in the lower right, you'll see level 1 plus 7. What that means is this can fill any of the first 8 slots. 2 plus 6 can also fit any from 2 up to 8. So in other words, you cannot put that in level 1 slot. And like if we had a hypothetical 4 plus 4, we can only put it in slots 4 and upwards. You also have stuff you can only put in a specific slot. This can only be in slot 2. This can only be in slot 1. And that's how you know what you can slot where. Honestly, I think I'll stick with that for now. Although, actually, having a green attack would not be a bad idea. Let's put that instead of Fireball. There we go. Zelda is absolutely not an RPG. Never has been. So we've already got a Magma Bomb. We've already got a Fireball. I guess she's good. Yeah, there's a reason I list Zeldas as their own genre. It's a lot easier way to keep track of that. Okay. Ah! Might and Magic 8. When was that even? What year? $2,000. Still in the range. My first video game of all time is probably Pac-Man. I have to say it that way because I've been playing video games since I was extremely young. As in, so young I only have vague memories of. But I do have distinct memories of sitting in my dad's lap at the old pizza parlor with those tables that were like arcade machines that were also a table you could eat on. You know the type? You probably don't, actually. It just occurred to me. I haven't seen one of those in a decade or two. Oh my god, don't die. Don't die, Guile. Don't do it. Yeah, let's go ahead and heal. Oh, there we go. Anyways, Pac-Man. I do have distinct memories of playing Pac-Man in that fashion. My first RPG I actually mentioned earlier. It was either Dragon Quest I or Final Fantasy I. And the reason I'm so uncertain about that is I would have played both within weeks of each other, thanks to how any North American releases worked and how rentals worked. So I'm not actually sure which one was first of the two. What's my favorite PS1 JRPG? Probably FF9, but I haven't reviewed it yet, so I'm not sure. However, if you put a gun to my head, it would be FF9 or FF7. So, I don't remember the penalty in battle for a KO. I do know the game, like Chrono Trigger, will res your party back up to 1 HP after battle. Ah, they made it up. Let this be the end of you. Squirrels for brains, Mook. And a non-stop drive to have more and more and more graphics. Look at FF16 sometime. Think about how much time that game took to make. Now remember that it was also made during COVID from a team that was already busy making another game. Mismanagement thy name is square. Oh, kid's dead. Yeah, the 7 remake is a perfect example of this. I'm generally positive about the 7 remakes. Well, the first one, I haven't played the second one. But that is a very bloated game. It could be a third the overall size it is and still be a good game. Like, it wouldn't really miss anything. Spirits Within. comment. Okay, so I thought so. Kid did not get any stat ups from that combat. Darn. Have some of this. Oops. Darn it. Huh? Ah! Oh, man. I am legitimately dreading 7R2. I'm sure it's a good game. Everyone says it's a good game, but it is apparently bloated even worse than 7R1, which is kind of crazy to think about. So let's get some out of combat healing here. Oh god, what year did Spirits Within come out? Because I saw it in the theaters. And I don't remember what year that was. I remember who I was dating at the time, because I went to see it with her. ...2001. Wow. I was... Yeah, no, I would have been 20 at that point in time. 19 or 20, depending on the month. God, that does not feel like I was that young then. Actually, no, Linearith. But thank you for asking. No, this is based on the FF8 engine, which was then later used for FF11. But it skipped over 9. I can see why you'd see the similarities here, though. Was the movie fun? I did not like the movie when I saw it the first time, no. Look, Savacom. I'm not a fan of Spirits Within. I owe no umbrage towards anybody who likes it. I think it is not a good film. And just to get this out of the way, no, it's not because it's a bad FF film. I don't think it's a good film, period. Let's get some red on the field. Advent Children is silly, ridiculous fun, which I will give it credit for. I mean, I remember being actually grossed out by Spirits Within, which I stand by. And when I say I remember, I mean, I actually went back to see Spirits Within somewhat more recently, like 10 years ago or something like that. And yeah, it still grosses me out. Yeah, Spirits Within nearly destroyed Square as a company. In more ways than one. Let me put this into very simple terminology. Let's zoom the camera out. Okay, let's really zoom the camera out for a second. So, Square was not doing well, thanks to mismanagement. Then Final Fantasy I came out. That was a big saving point for the company. And they kind of rode a non-stop increase in income and overall, like, prosperity for years. Then Spirits Within came out. As of this very second in time, they have never fully recovered from Spirits Within financially. That's not a joke. It was such a massive financial hassle. It directly led to Final Fantasy X-2 and everything that was wrong with that. I like 10-2, but that was a rush job with lots of reused assets because they had a threadbare budget and like 10 months to make that game. It directly led to the disasters of FF11 and FF14, and it very nearly led to the entire company going under until they decided to do the absolutely insane thing and shut down FF14 and reboot it more or less from scratch. That was ARR. ARR was a miracle. Actually salvaged the entire company. But even as of this very moment in time, they are still coasting off of FF14, and it's the only reason the company's in the black. Because they are still hemorrhaging money. So when I say that Spirits Within ruined the company financially to this very day, I'm not joking. Teleports magic wand into foes' innards. Gross. Yeah, the 13s were problematic. That's how we're going to call that. What about Kingdom Hearts? I'm sure Disney has really been enjoying the massive amount of money they've been making off of Kingdom Hearts. Because remember, Kingdom Hearts is not a Square property. Listen, Leonard. Why would you reinvest into something that's making you money? That's insanity. Okay, I'm being a little facetious. There are legitimate financial reasons to try and spread the money around. But you want to reinvest at least something back into your moneymaker. Let's be cautious. Yeah, remember, Disney makes money primarily off of real estate and lawyers. Square gets money from Kingdom Hearts. Actually, I did know that, Ross. Yeah, I've seen you mention that, Blade Deval. Yes, really, Evo. Like, if you look at the percentage of income that Disney makes, a huge chunk of it is their lawyer teams and their real estate teams. Their real estate holdings. Now, is that acceptable? Is that good? I mean, no. Is the answer to that question. If they wanted to, they don't have to keep making movies, no. They can do whatever the hell they want to at this point. What is this guy? Innate black, I think? Merchandising. Merchandising! Sorry. God, this guy hurts. That's hysterical, Savacom. And sort of sad. Because that means two things. One, it means that Spirits Within is very undervalued and has not become a collector's item because people aren't holding on to it. And two, it means they overproduced copies of it, so there's plenty of copies going around. I think you're just supposed to know that, like, green is opposite to... I don't know what green is opposite to. Red is opposite to blue. White is opposite to black. I guess green would have to be yellow, right? Because that's the only other color. I think. Yeah, so yeah, green would be yellow. I don't think anything conveys that. I think you're just supposed to figure that out. Nope, sorry to disagree with you, Evo, but if you cast a green spell on someone who has green... on someone who has red defense, it'll have no real impact. However, if you do a red spell against someone who has blue, then it'll do double damage. I do too, Savacom. was a waste of a turn. Oh, whatever, just attack. And this is a mutually weak to. Blue is weak to red, red is weak to blue. I don't care for that either, honestly. But then again, I like Mega Man games, so I like, you know, vulnerability loops. That guy had too much HP. See around push-ups. Probably after the lunch break at this point. You got stats. You got stats. Guile gets nothing! Because he died. Oi, Surge. We're inside the premises. Let's wait here till nightfall. I'll think about the color wheel thing. We have to really see it in action, and we kind of haven't yet. I mean, we did. That battle we just... is probably the most color wheel relevant battle we've had so far. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Hey, there's 2 moons now. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. That's a spoiler. Sorry. Sorry. No stats on death? That's a good question. Wow, I have nothing to cure burns. I was gonna say, let's do an encounter on purpose here. Yeah, hang on. I have a curiosity. So all I have to do is successfully finish this battle without dying. Which should be relatively easy. Hey, off the deeper end. No, this is the beloved classic block. All 3 of the games we're playing, this and the next 2, are all beloved classics. From Laura's perspective, this is the let's get this over with block. Although, for what it's worth, so far Chrono Cross has been scoring better than I thought it would. I mean, I can't... Okay, I was about to say, if he attacked Guile there, he had a chance to kill him. Guile has very low defense. I'm not what I said. I have very negative feelings about my playthrough of this game. But I couldn't tell you why, because I wasn't keeping track of why. Yeah, give it another 2 days. I'll be hating this. Okay, so Surge only got 1 HP. Yep, Kid only got 1 HP. Guile got 3. Okay, so there is a catch-up mechanic. I thought so, because I remember that being a thing. To get it over with, block. I mean, that's more or less the idea here. This is removing a stressor from my life. That's what this block is. After this, I will never have to think about these 3 games ever again. And then we'll be looming on the distance, being like, someday you have to review us. Nope. Did it. We're done. Band-Aid ripped. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Blade Ball. I was going to say, if we give it... I was actually debating the idea of giving a negative for games in general, where you don't gain stats if a party member's dead. Yeah, Gothic We did that. It's cool. We have covered Gothic. I knew that one was coming someday, too. And the Baldur's Gate is... Oh, yeah, by the way, check this out. So I fired up Baldur's Gate 1 recently. Just more or less as a... Well, what other games am I absolutely dreading to cover someday? Yeah, because that's where my mindset was at, right? Now, here's the really strange part. It seemed to be working just fine. I'm like, okay, cool, cool. So then, just to test, I fired it. I did a second playthrough. I was like, okay, hang on, let me start the game again. And I was showing it off to my friend, Pax. We were chatting because he actually likes Baldur's Gate 1. And he was giving me some guidance on where to go and what to do. And then I got to the second area and the game crashed. So Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are still vetoed, because they are still in a functionally unplayable state. Safe. By the way, you're supposed to sneak through here and not fight your way through here, but I like stats, so, you know. You'll notice the only stat we get from this is HP, by the way. If you want other stats, you're going to have to raise your star level. And get some better gear. I am very happy about this, yes. Because Pax was telling me he was going to straight up tell my co-op partner, our co-op partner, that we totally have to play through the Baldur's Gates now, if it was working for me. And let me tell you, was not looking forward to that. So let's see, what other beloved classics are there? I made a list. I got anything else going on right now. Let's see. Beloved classics. Beloved classics. Like, what are the games am I dreading? What else could we get out of the way? Let's see. We've got... Morrowind? Yep, that'll be a thing someday. Shadow of the Colossus. And SimCity 2000, which I'm not actually dreading, so that doesn't count. So the only other games that I'm dreading that aren't covered in some way or another are Morrowind and Shadow of the Colossus. And even then, I'm not actually dreading Morrowind. Morrowind's going to be fine. That's going to be an easy stream. Yeah, I'm not worried about Morrowind, so I'm not dreading that. So the only other game that qualifies then is Shadow of the Colossus. Could someone do me a huge favor? And check Amazon specifically and see how much Shadow of the Colossus costs right now. Beloved classics in general, even. There's actually quite a few beloved classics I haven't covered, but they're all already on the list, or I'm not worried about them. Like Morrowind. I'm not worried about Morrowind. I'm not worried about SimCity 2000. I'm not worried about Final Fantasy IV. There's a PS4 version of Shadow of the Colossus? Oh, I know. Shadow of the Colossus is listed as one of those 10 out of 10 games. Oh, come on. Hlelu's where it's at, off the deep, bro. $30 in the PS3 collection, huh? Interesting. That's not too bad. Soul Reaver actually is on the list, Evo. Would you believe it? Oh, I can emulate the hell out of it, but I like to own the games that I stream. I own Chrono. Ico. Ugh. Okay, so there's actually a whole other category of games, right? They're not beloved classics, they're historically significant games. Now, some of the historically significant games I am dreading. Ico is one of them. Because... Have you played Ico? I guess we can sneak a little bit. Who are you? Oh yeah, you must be the new helpers I was told about. Yes. Great, you're just in time. My back gave out recently and I can't feed the dragons. I want you to take over for me. You have a key to the manor? Sure do. Wouldn't mind giving it to you if you take on the job. Do it, Surge. Okay. Yeah, sure. What do I do? Hang on. First, go to the leftmost feed station. Press this button to get the feed. You can hold 3 servings at once. Use the directional buttons to move to 100 dragon. Press this to feed them. Okay. Just keep repeating the whole process. Remember, the dragons will only eat when they want to. You'll fail if you're unable to feed the same dragon 4 times. Sure. Let's go with 10, because I don't hate myself. Hello? Ah, there we go. I see the problem. This is interesting. Job well done. You'll find the key in the cupboard. Here's the gift. Total crap. Oh yeah, this is also game also has kind of the Dragon Quest problem where all of your big stat ups and equipment should be prioritized to Surge because he's more or less the only character who is mandatory the entire game. On a New Game Plus, you can actually swap Surge out, but we're not down that, so. Gonna pop a save so I can see what. Ah! Wait! No! Blue Dragon, fly! Why? Anyways. Why, Ross? Dual heart. Dual heart. Dual hearts. It's a 2002 game, okay. It's by Matrix Software, that's interesting. They've made some interesting games over the years. I've never even heard of this game. Its story entry on Wikipedia is one paragraph. I'm not going to read that, obviously. Let's see how much it is. Dual Hearts. Dual Hearts PS2. There we go. 90 bucks. See if I can get a hold of a copy of it really quick, in my extremely legal manner of doing so. Oh, there it is. Found it. Sure. I mean, it's a PS2 game. Why not? How long is it? Don't you love this song, Ross? Don't you love that I've stopped here so you can hear this song forever? You're going to be hearing this in your dreams. I'm going to be hearing this in my dreams. Oh, that's not too bad in terms of length. Done. And thank you, Blue Dragon Yansky. I will put Dual Hearts onto the list. So while we're doing this, someone asked, is there any other games I'm dreading? So there's the historically significant games, right? So let's see. Games on this list I would dread playing. Black and White, because I'm not sure I could get it running. Braid, because it's pretentious assholery. Cave Story, because I don't remember that game fondly. Dune 2, because it's an old RTS. Let's see. GoldenEye on this N64, because I never liked that game. Ico, we just talked about that. MechWarrior 2, I'm pretty sure I actually cannot get running. Don't do that, Mr. Red. First of all, that's a really ass-backwards way of doing that. Literally, if you just donate to me through PayPal, it uses up less money in the transaction. Let's see, other games I'd be dreading. Pillars of Eternity 1? Honestly, I don't feel the need to review that. So I'm just willing to skip over that one. Shenmue. Oh my god, I don't want to play Shenmue. And then Ultima 1. Or more likely 0. Wizardry 1. Might and Magic 1. Let's see. I think that's actually it. So there's my dreaded list. I think I'm good just knocking these three out. I think this is sufficient. I don't think Sonic 06 qualifies as a particularly substantial or significant game. However, it is part of one of the Sonic blocks. It's actually already up on a list, Mr. Red. That's what I was just reading. It is, in fact, a spreadsheet, because of course it is. The Sonic Suffering block. I don't remember which. You can check the website. We have a blocks page. In fact, if you type !block or !blocks, I forget which, you'll get a link to it directly. And I'll tell you a game I'm dreading. Sonic the Hedgehog 1. Actually, no, a game I'm really dreading is Xenogears. There's this weird expectation that I'm gonna have so much to say about the story of Xenogears. And I'm gonna be like, guys, go watch Resonant Arc if you want a big story discussion about Xenogears. I'm here to review the game. I'll lore run it while I'm there, but you want me to go in depth about the massive, incredible, mind-breaking, amazing examinations of id and identity. You're probably asking the wrong person to do that. Now, I did find cheats for Xenogears, so that pressure's off. Yeah, for those who are not aware, one of the characters in Xenogears is named id. I don't know what to add to that. What, the one playing on the title screen, Mr. Ed? I can see that. Yeah, honestly, I barely recognize half the songs I've been listening to. It's not a ding. None of these have stuck with me to the point where I'm like, oh, I remember that one. Damn, really, Dakota? I believe you. I mean, this game's final boss we're going to have to use extensive save states on. That's why it's already listed as a negative in the document. Because I know what I'm getting into when we get there. Really, Dakota? Wow. I remember a few songs from this game. I remember the second to last boss song. And after thinking back, Lord, why don't you remember the last boss song? There is none. Don't give me that asterisk. There is none. But I remember the second to last boss song. And obviously the theme, Radical Dreamers. There's a reason for it, Mr. Red, but I'm going to go ahead and go on record to say that I don't agree with that reason. Not a big fan. Yeah, Radical Dreamers is a pretty good song. Let's see, what else? I guess that'd be the second to last dungeon? That's kind of hard. The last two dungeons kind of blur a bit. Because it's mostly just boss rushing. That's actually all I got. Wow. Ross, what's your favorite song in this game? I know you like the soundtrack. Heh. I feel you on that one, Lunarith. Alright, so nothing this way. A lot of people remember the Dead Sea fondly, which is funny because it has no thematic or narrative significance. We'll talk about that when we get there. I don't want to spoil now. A lot of this game's plot involves something does such and such. Why? Not explained. The Dead Sea is a good example of that. We know what happened, what we don't know is why. And neither did the writer, as previously mentioned. Perfect. Intruders? How'd you get past our security? Can't believe you'd fall for a trap like this. What should we do with these fools? What's so funny? You dragoons are a bunch of dagnuts. You're asking for it. Take it easy. So you're afraid of us, huh? Chicken! This should be interesting. Let's teach him a lesson. Open it up. Man, don't be taken in by your fast talk. Bring it on, chums. Now get out. We'll teach you a lesson. Hey, push-ups, welcome back. Yeah, wait until you hear the inciting event of the entire plot, Salvacom. I know exactly why things happen that way, but it's out of universe reasons, not in. She do not, Ross. I look forward to hearing it when we get there. Do you want to hear my Chrono Trigger sequel, Ross? I was bouncing back and forth between two ideas for like the last 2 hours. And that's why I've been chewing on that for so long. Ultimately, they're both builder games. I'm just going to give that away right now. Because no matter what I came up with, nothing felt worthwhile elsewise. I could not think of a way to do an RPG that follows through on Chrono Trigger. As I said, Chrono Trigger should not have a proper sequel. Not in the way that we usually mean that. There should not be a Chrono Trigger 2, put very simply. Surge isn't even here. What are you talking about? At least not yet. Oh god, how long is it going to be before we get to that point? Wow, detected immediately by a mimic. There's something apropos about being called out for being in disguise by a mimic. Anyways, which one of us do you choose? You only have one chance. I have save states. Mimic's like, yeah, takes one to know one. That's what we get from that. Ice Lance. Not too shabby, actually. So what I was thinking is a builder game, right? The two ideas I was bouncing between... I'll tell you the idea I gave up on first, which was to have it set in post-1000 AD, after Chrono Trigger, obviously, so no Lavos. Lavos is gone. Lavos has been erased. So now, your job is to build up to the idyllic 2300 AD. But the problem is, the more I thought about that, the less interesting it sounded. I'm not slacking off. Uh-huh. Need permission to enter. I get back to your post. My post? I'm gonna hide the parlor key so I don't lose it. Okay. I could see that, Bladeville, but you get the general idea, right? It still just didn't jive with me. I didn't feel it. I could think of a bunch of other ideas, but then I came up with an idea that was way more engaging to me. So, it's a builder set on the world that Lavos left before he came to the Chrono Trigger world. In the wake of their Day of Lavos, basically. Lavos has headed off and been summoned out into the cosmos. And you're left there on what is effectively in a post-apocalyptic world. Your job is to fix it. One of the major mechanics I thought of immediately was a risk-reward mechanic about using Lavos magic, right? Use any remnant of Lavos tech in order to try and have big, powerful magic-y effects, but the downsides of that would be obvious. Probably a passive increase to overall Lavos corruption, which is a thing. and an increasingly high chance of a crisis problem happening. Now, crises are not automatically endgame either. They don't necessarily kill you, but they're big damaging events that you have to handle. I would also have a mechanic where if you successfully handle a crisis, you get a benefit from it. So the truly ideal circumstance would be use lots of Lavos tech to provoke a crisis, to defeat the crisis, to benefit from it. But I would also make that hard as hell to do. I might also make there be some substantial story negative for doing that, for obvious reasons. So, the big plot twist at the end was that Lavos, that is to say, Lavos 0, we'll call it, was still there. It never left. And the Lavos we were interacting with was Lavos 1, one of the Lavos spawn, right? And so, over time, you would have to find ways to permanently deal with the other Lavos spawn. And the final boss would be Lavos 0. Damn, I wish I'd chosen something easier. Can't find the time to investigate. It's nothing. I'm sorry, I'm quite busy. This guy likes his job. Can't just see I'm busy. Don't you goof off now, newbie. Sir. So he's working for the Dragoons in this place. I can't get by him. There we go. Another idea I had, and this, I'm going to be honest, this is 100% inspired by V Rising. Let me explain this briefly. So in V Rising, one of the major gameplay mechanics is blood and blood percentage. So blood type and blood percentage. You're a vampire. When you feed off of someone, anyone, it refills your blood to max. You can then spend blood to do stuff, and over time your blood drains. Once it runs out, bad things happen. So you got to refill your blood. With me so far? But that's the surface level. You need to find a blood type you actually like. Beast, warrior, rogue, mage, archer. All of these are different blood types, and each of them have their own benefits. The higher the percentage, the more the benefits you get from it. So, for example, a warrior 4% barely gives you any stat boosts. A warrior 50% gives you tons of stat boosts. Make sense? So that's a cool gameplay mechanic, but what it means in story is that is the percentage of Dracula's corruption that is in that person or creature's blood. And you start to see how this then applies to a Chrono Trigger, kind of a buildery game. Because now you've got Lavos corruption as a percentage, something that you can use, but something you ultimately probably do not want too much of. And you could also rip Lavos corruption out of other people. You could probably make an RPG out of this. I could see that working. That's your alternate leveling, right? Is Lavos corruption. Ever since the General's guest showed up, monsters have been popping up inside the manor. I don't want to dishonor the General's guest, but I have a bad feeling about him. Ooh, who could this mysterious guest be? Code for the trapdoor changes every week, Random numbers won't work. What? It fell down again? How many times do I have to tell you? It's to the right and to the left. Got that? I'll write this down before I forget. We could do that too. We could have a builder or a 4X game which has RPG mechanics. Lots of games can have RPG mechanics. That's an easy thing to affix to something. And yeah, having like a hero unit or an agent in the Total War sense would actually work. And yeah, I actually like Takoida's idea. Rather than it draining like the blood in V Rising, it could be building, and you have to drain it because you don't want it to build up too high. An envoy from Poor is here about the Frozen Flame, but I get the feeling he already knows about it. My gut instinct tells me there's a Poor spy inside Viper Manor. Anyways, I hope that's a satisfying answer, Ross, because that was my best answer. Rebuilding in the face of, basically, the destroyed future. Thematically, the idea would be playing 2300 AD before the world was saved. And your job is to save the world the boring way. That Glenn over there is the younger brother of the Dario, one of the 4 Dragoon divas. Gonna be a grand expedition sometime soon. Most of the Dragoons will be setting out. It's been 3 years since Sir Dario's death. Miss Riddell has been heavy-hearted since. Feels as though all the life went out of the manor. General Viper doesn't show up, but I'm sure he too is suffering inside. Snore, snore, snore. All he does is sleep, always mumbling and dreaming away. Have you seen the machinery outside? Miss Lucia has taken broken parts from Fort Dragonia and is using them to remodel that thing. Well, I thought about that, Blade but this is a sequel to Chrono Trigger. And that future does not exist after Chrono Trigger. Here's the treasure vault. You must have special permission. What's the guard? Say the password. I don't know. What? You're imposters. I mean, yeah. Duh. And I want this to be the last song you hear, Ross, as we cut off for lunch.